Now, former FBI agent Doug Coons joins us live now. Doug, thank you for your time. Officials mentioned Robinson's roommate told law enforcement about messages allegedly from Robinson on Discord. How important will the suspect's online presence be in this case?
It'll be very important. So probably as we speak, search warrants are being executed on not only the physical locations where the subject lives, but also on his phone, his computer, any kind of communication devices. So they will be able to retrieve these messages and find out what discussions were being had up to this point. Was it something that had been being discussed for days, weeks, months leading up to it, or was this, kind of a not a spur of the moment decision, but was it a more recent thing? And should anybody then have said something knowing that this was
Yeah.
potentially an imminent threat? So there could be other people with exposure still. It'll be interesting to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, and the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, he talked about the inscriptions on the shell casings found during the investigation. Let's take a listen to what he had to say. Okay, looks like we're having trouble getting that soundbite from the governor, but I just want to ask you, when it comes to that inscription, what exactly does that say to you? How will that be used during this investigation, that information?
As an investigator, I would assume initially that those words had relevance to this individual, and I need to figure out what that was. So in these searches, both of the physical locations and of the electronics, likely we'll find, he ran across these in a book or on an online article or something that had meaning to him that was enough for him to inscribe them on these shell casings. That'll be a big piece of evidence when it comes to the prosecution as well.
Okay, and it looks like we do have that soundbite ready. Let's play it real quick for our viewers.
Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this?" ? Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist!" ! Catch! ! Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." Casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
All right, Doug. So again, we heard from officials earlier today during that news conference. They talked about all the tips that they received, but then they also said that they were not looking for additional suspects in this case. But I assume there's a mountain of evidence that they're still sifting through right now. So from your experience, what comes next in this investigation?
Like you said, there's still a lot to do. They've got to get the search warrants executed and all that evidence collected. It's got to be analyzed and processed, and basically putting together hopefully an airtight case that can be prosecuted if they're seeking the death penalty. That's a big deal. You've got to have all your ducks in a row before you venture into such a thing. And I don't know if he's, if he's cooperating, if he's given a statement, or if he's gotten an attorney already. Certainly a confession is very helpful in these things. The parents, that encouraged him, at what point did they know, and good for them for getting him to turn himself in. And And going back to one of the previous speakers, I think it was just a matter of time, even without the help from the father and the roommate. I think those pictures were very clear. I think somebody knew him. I think the tips that were coming in, at least some of them, people had to have known who this person was. I think it was a matter of a short time before he was going to be caught anyway.
This is obviously a very well-known case. It's a big case. From the moment this happened, everyone was paying attention. How difficult, though, is an investigation like this for the FBI?
They're very difficult. Again, what was it, like 11,000 tips came in? And so there's a process, and people take these calls or from the internet or however they come in, and they get filtered, and then they go to another level if they have some sort of legitimacy to them. Some of them are just nonsense. And then they get filtered again, and ultimately, if they're determined important enough, they'll send out an investigator to talk to that person or check out whatever that tip may have been. And when there's that many and you have fairly limited resources, that means you're bringing in, typically in the FBI case of this magnitude, you would bring in other investigators from other field offices. You are also leveraging your relationships with the state and local agencies. And it's basically all hands on deck covering these tips, because there's just a massive amount, and you have to cover them all. Forget where I was going exactly with that, but it's just a massive amount of work. You've also got all the video footage. There's hundreds of hours of this stuff that has to be viewed by a human being. There are some AI tools that help, but a lot of times it just takes a lot of hours of hard work and sifting through all this stuff to collect all these things.
Yeah. Former FBI agent Doug Coons, thank you so much for your insight today. We appreciate your
in the assassination of prominent conservative commentator and activist Charlie Kirk is being held without bail in a Utah jail this morning. Law enforcement arrested 22-year-old Tyler Robinson Thursday night after an intense manhunt. The governor of Utah credited Robinson's family for helping to turn him in. Mourners gathered for vigils across the country, many of them held on college campuses, to remember Kirk, an influential Trump ally and political firebrand who inspired millions. Andres Gutierrez is in southern Utah, where the suspect was arrested. Andres, good morning.
Good morning, Dana. The FBI spent much of yesterday evening carrying out a search warrant at the childhood home of the alleged assassin. Authorities are trying to piece together the life of the 22-year-old to find out how and why he did this attack.
My name is Erica Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband.
2 days after her husband's killing shocked the nation, Erica Kirk broke her silence.
He loved his life. He loved America. But most of all, Charlie loved his children. And he loved me with all of his heart.
Kirk, conservative activist and father of 2 young girls, was speaking to students on the campus of Utah Valley University on Wednesday when he was fatally shot from 200 yards away. Thursday night, authorities released surveillance video of the suspect fleeing across a rooftop and jumping to escape. But it was these images that ultimately led to his capture.
We got him.
Friday morning, Utah Governor Spencer Cox announced the arrest of 22-year-old Tyler Robinson.
I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well.
Robinson's father recognized his son and urged him to turn himself in. Tyler told his dad he would rather die by suicide. That's according to 2 law enforcement sources who said the family called a youth pastor who notified U.S. Marshals. The Marshals arrested Tyler and turned him over to the FBI. According to Utah's governor, Robinson became increasingly politicized, referencing a recent conversation with his family.
Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
A police affidavit reviewed by CBS News says the etchings on the casings from the gun included anti-fascist messages like, "Hey fascists, catch." Robinson was registered to vote but unaffiliated with any party, and he's listed as an inactive voter on state records after not voting in the last 2 elections.
In a Latter-day Saint community, we just don't talk politics because it makes contention.
Kristen Schwerman has lived near the Robinson family for 16 years in Washington, Utah. She says she last saw Robinson in the yard about 2 weeks ago.
This is a total shock because that's not who Tyler was. That's not who Tyler is.
She described Tyler as a smart, quiet kid. After graduating from Pineview High School, he attended Utah State University, but only attended 1 semester.
I didn't know their family even owned a gun.
On Friday, investigators with the FBI searched the house and seized Robinson's Dodge Challenger. The authorities also searched an apartment that Robinson shared with a roommate about 15 minutes away from his parents' house. A lot of parents would try to protect their kids from going to jail, but
Yes.
these parents went forth,
Yes.
picked up the phone. And
Yes.
What do you think about that action?
Smart people. I would have done the same.
Now, the prosecutor in Utah County is expected to file charges on Tuesday. That afternoon, Robinson is expected to make his first court appearance. Michelle?
Andres, thank you.
Husband's murder. And
Welcome
a new
back
video
in Live
message.
Now. I'm
As
Austin
CBS's
Westfall.
Christiane Benavides reports, we're learning new information about the investigation into the shooting and about the suspect who's been detained.
Speaking from a lectern behind the desk where her husband hosted the popular Charlie Kirk podcast, Erica Kirk said the movement founded by her husband that mobilized millions of young Americans to get involved in politics will not stop.
To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen.
The video was posted by Turning Point USA late Friday.
Charlie loved life. He loved his life. He loved America. Most of all, Charlie loved his children, and he loved me.
I run the largest...
Charlie Kirk was a conservative activist and father of two. He was fatally shot from 200 yards away Wednesday night. Authorities have arrested 22-year-old Tyler Robinson.
I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing.
Robinson's father recognized his son and urged him to turn himself in. Tyler told his dad he would rather die by suicide. That's according to two law enforcement sources who said the family called a youth pastor who notified U.S. Marshals. The Marshals arrested Tyler and turned him over to the FBI. The governor praised Robinson's family for intervening and urged young people to disconnect from social media.
It is not good to consume. Social media is a cancer.
Absolute breaking and shocking news about the motive of Charlie Kirk's killer, Tyler Robinson, when he committed an act of political terrorism against Charlie Kirk. Now, up to this point, we knew that Tyler Robinson was a far left-wing activist, this according to The Guardian. Suspect's high school friend says that Robinson was a leftist in the family of very hard Republicans. In a phone interview, one of Tyler Robinson's high school friends, who asked to remain anonymous, said the suspect was pretty left on everything and was the only member of his family that was really a leftist. The rest of his family was very hard Republican, a friend says. Around sophomore year, the friend said that Robinson became more extreme in his political views and always just would be ranting and arguing about them. The friend said that they played video games together a lot in high school and noted that the bullet engraving with the arrows was a reference to Helldivers 2. As we mentioned earlier, he said that the arrows specifically were in reference to calling a bomb. And when the friend saw that the news on Friday, he said he was shocked. He knew Robinson had strong political views, but I never thought that he would go that far. So Robinson, confirmed leftist, and now we know confirmed transgender activist in a transgender relationship, ladies and gentlemen. This breaking seconds ago. We knew that there was transgender iconography written into some of the bullets, political messages, along with Antifa messages. And now we know that Tyler Robinson lived with a transgender partner, boyfriend, who was transitioning to girl and is fully cooperating with the FBI and has turned over all communications to the FBI. Ladies and gentlemen, an absolute and total stunning revelation. Let's read it right now, or maybe not stunning, given the scourge of transgender violence in our nation. Exclusive Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson lived with transgender partner. Sources tell me the individual, who's a male transitioning to female, is fully cooperating with the FBI. Sources tell me the FBI had text and other communications between Robinson and the individual that helped the FBI solidify Robinson was indeed the shooter. The last question that Charlie Kirk answered before his murder was, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the past 10 years? Charlie replied, too many. Do you know how many mass shootings there have been in America over the last 10 years? Charlie replied, counting or not counting gang violence. Then Charlie was assassinated. Here's the video, of course, without any graphic detail.
So do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Okay. It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been? In America over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Ladies and gentlemen, this was the last words of Charlie Kirk decrying transgender violence, and then a transgender activist, clearly now confirmed, and then also somebody who was a participant, a transgender participant, lifestyle participant, Tyler Robinson. I have confirmed this 100% through my own sourcing. I have been nonstop on the phones attempting to solidify what happens next and learn more about what took a husband from his loving wife, a father from their beautiful family. Our friend stole him and cut him down, and then also what I firmly believe to be the next, what took a president from the United States of America. It is important for us to be vigilant and also to look with clear eyes as to the ideology that killed Charlie. That is a very important conversation. I know it makes people uncomfortable. Not here, not on this channel. This is how we ensure that this never happens again. This is 100% confirmed. Charlie Kirk killer Tyler Robinson had a boyfriend who identified as transgender. The man is cooperating with the FBI and has turned over all electronics and messages. And I'm hearing that there's much more to come. Yes, this is now officially trans violence. Now confirmed. We heard in the press conference yesterday that there was political motivations, that Tyler Robinson was part of Discord groups, that Tyler Robinson was working with other individuals. And then stunningly and bewilderingly, Governor Cox of Utah decided to go out and say that there's no other parties involved here. Well, that's flatly false. By the way, I know that as a matter of fact. But there is now a full-scale investigation into the full-on radicalization, including but not limited to Discord chats, groups, and other methods of potential radicalization, and this rabbit hole goes deep. I can only tell you what I know, which is that the FBI is going balls to the wall, full bore, on understanding what happened here and how Tyler Robinson was radicalized and who did it, and bringing them to justice, along with potentially the entire movement of Antifa. And then also, it's time for the entire country to have a full-scale reckoning over the scourge of transgender violence. It was no longer than 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry, that is all blending together and running together. Violence against Irina Zastruka, her throat being slit. That is just simply restorative justice. And then a transgender shooter massacring children at mass, following a pattern of this happening. police have evacuated the area around Charlie Kirk's home after receiving concerning information. It is unclear what information is related to. Interesting situation happening right now outside of the family home of Charlie Kirk assassin in Washington, Utah. Police asked us to immediately clear the area because some type of threat. We saw what appeared to be a police dog exit the home as well. Utah taping up the gray Dodge Charger that sits at the family home. Tyler Robinson, authorities say that Robinson drove this on the day of the assassination. I have confirmed that they are impounding an enormous amount of evidence and that we are just getting started on understanding and learning what happened and how the political radicalization of left-wingers are what cut down Charlie Kirk from us. Charlie Kirk. Dying, of course, as he lived, fighting against this radicalization and this violence that ultimately took his life. It will backfire, of course. This is the single most viral trend in the entire world right now. It's going to be something that is going to lead to, I believe, a real deep and honest conversation with the American public about the domestic terrorist radical elements that live among us. And how is this to be confronted? These elements that take shots at President Trump, that have stolen Charlie from us, that are constantly engaging in violence against Republicans, the country can't carry on like this. There needs to be a very deep questioning of what happens next and how do we secure our nation. I know that conversation is going on. I am a part of those conversations. And we are going to make sure that we make America safe again. So help us God. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Stephen Miller on this topic last night. This clip has gone viral, talking about what the Trump administration intends on doing to these radical ideologies that are murdering our countrymen.
And let me tell you something I'd not share with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection, but we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing, that are trying to inspire terrorism, and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate, you want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but
Yeah. He was walking with him.
Were they holding hands?
Yeah, they were. So, yeah, they drove off in his car, the Dodge Challenger.
The time you saw them or this week?
It was about the time I saw them, so.
How long ago was it?
I would say about 2 weeks ago.
And so they looked like they were a couple?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was dressed all in black?
Yeah, definitely.
And you thought he was weird?
Yeah, I definitely, yeah.
What was weird about him?
Just the way he walked and just the way I've seen him. I've never seen really anybody dressed all in black with a mask on, and I thought that was just quite weird.
For those who've never seen the roommate, describe that person for us.
He did have freckles on his face. For the haircut, he did have, it was a weird haircut. I can't quite, it was kind of a mushroom shaped one. Yeah, he was, I would say, he didn't come out much, but definitely a few other, like, just a little bit at a time.
There's some published reports out there that this individual, the roommate, may have been transitioning. Did that correlate with what you saw?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so he was going to have an operation to be to turn into a woman.
Yeah, and I think he's getting ready for that.
Sorry, in what way do you think that?
I remember them talking about a doctor's appointment. It was about 2 weeks ago, I would say.
And they were kissing?
Yeah.
Do you know, where did you see them kissing?
Just coming out. I was riding with my bike, so I didn't see the whole thing, but yeah, I saw them.
And when did you hear them talking about a doctor's appointment?
I would say about the same time that they came out, so that one time, yeah.
Where were you standing for that?
I was just riding by here.
Okay.
So.
And you were able to hear snippets of their conversation?
Yeah. Yep.
But you were sure that they were a couple, but you have only seen them together once?
Yeah. I mean, I mean, random guys don't hold hands, and definitely don't. Kiss. So, I would have tried to stop him if I knew it was him, like before. I definitely do not like the fact that he was living close to me. It was covered with police tape, a ton of police cars. We had a guy sitting up on the hill with a sniper, and SWAT trucks, and definitely a few helicopters, and a drone as well.
What was going through your mind when you stepped in?
I was like, what is going on? And I asked the police officer, I'm like, did a killing happen here? They're like, I can't tell you. And so I called my grandma, found out that the guy that shot Kirk lived right close to me. So for Charlie.
Of those celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk online are finding the First Amendment protections have limits.
People don't understand that freedom of speech protects you from being arrested and put in jail for what you say, but it doesn't protect you from losing your job if you're irresponsible.
Phoenix Sports firing a Phoenix Suns beat writer for calling Kirk an evil man spewing hateful rhetoric. The Carolina Panthers firing a communications coordinator for an Instagram post with a Wu-Tang Clan song, Protect Your Neck. Kirk died from a shot to the neck. DC Comics canceled a new book series after the author wrote a post saying, hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie. Ole Miss and Middle Tennessee State University firing employees for sharing insensitive comments about Kirk. A high school teacher in Maryland under fire for writing, wrong guy, but we'll take what we can get, I guess.
Would you want a teacher who said this to be teaching your children?
No, I would not.
Ilhan Omar facing backlash for slamming those honoring Kirk's dedication to civil dialogue.
A complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up.
MSNBC firing an analyst for these comments in the moments after the shooting.
We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off.
Sports commentator Stephen A. Smith with strong words for those making insensitive comments online.
You're missing the point. This man was shot and killed from 200 yards away in front of his wife and children, simply debating his ideas against those who might differ from him. That's all. And I'm going online and I'm seeing people celebrating it. Shame. Shame on you.
Senator Bernie Sanders receiving bipartisan praise for his message about Kirk's death, saying a free and democratic society depends on the basic premise that people can speak out, organize, and take part in public life without fear. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
The purpose of this video is to serve as a tool to combat all the lies and misinformation that is commonly being spread right now about Charlie Kirk. And it's ironic because someone like Charlie Kirk is oftentimes called racist and homophobic, yet he's one of the main reasons this YouTube channel that you're watching right now even exists in the first place. He knew the young gay black Amir in 2018 and strongly advocated him to be more vocal online and spread his thoughts and to always seek the truth. Not even one day after the event, it was one day, the night of the first event I ever gone to in 2018, where I met Charlie Kirk for the first time, that I started being vocal online. And here we are today. And to this day, I still have one of the hats he even gave me. So I feel like this video is necessary because that's all Charlie ever did and pushed me to do and push everyone to do, is to seek out the truth. So I want to put the truth in his words in a very articulate manner. You can go through this video chapter by chapter and it hits a lot of different marks and topics and things that are currently being said about Charlie Kirk. And me and Charlie, we've had our disagreements, and that's all they ever were. We're just disagreements because you're allowed to disagree with somebody. You're allowed not to agree 100% with somebody that you're talking to or you're an associate with. And if someone sent you this video and you're new to me, you have no idea who I am, you have no idea, or you've just only heard the things about Charlie Kirk, I really do hope that throughout this video you are listening to understand rather than listening to respond. At least for this video, just listening to understand why so many people loved Charlie Kirk.
All right, well, hopefully that helped. All right, sorry. Technical difficulties, guys. Gotta catch up with chat now. I tell him it says, we agree on something. Nobody should lose their job by speech. I agree. I double down on any speech. Sometimes motherfucker can get emotional. And I hear you on that, but I can also see why a consumer might be a little nervous. If somebody was celebrating somebody's death because of their political views, I mean, imagine if you were going to hire that person to do a job for you, and then that person finds out you're a conservative, and it's like, well, and maybe you have the same beliefs as Charlie Kirk. You might be a bit worried if that, you know, dentist or that mechanic or that person making your food might do something malicious. I mean, if they're over here thinking it's okay for people that have your viewpoints and spread them to die, then it's not too much to think they might, you know, spit in your food or something. So although I think we should have the freedom of speech and everything, I think that from like a business standpoint, I could see why you'd want to maybe distance yourself from people that are going to make your company look bad. Oh yeah, because I saw some people saying, oh, the parents are this or that, and it's, no, I mean, that the man that pulled the trigger is the one at fault here. And a lot of people were, you know, getting up in arms early on or doing spin and talking about, you know, how we have to make better gun laws. But the problem with this situation is it was a bolt action rifle. It wasn't a high, you know, capacity AR or what have you. It seems like a hard thing to regulate against outside of, like, I don't know, stricter mental health checks and things along that nature. I do want to go back to Amir Odom's video because I see a lot of people still saying things like, you know, he was, you know, racist, homophobic, things along those lines. So, like I said, Amir Odom breaks down, this video is called Debunking the Biggest Lies Told About Charlie Kirk. And one chapter is on gay people. So I just want to see his perspective, and also he plays, you know, some of Charlie's clips and some of his, you know, debates. So let's take a look. So again, highly recommend his channel, Amir Odom. Check him out. I'm gonna just play this part, and it's I guess Charlie's takes on gay people, and we'll go from there, I guess.
For Charlie, because Charlie doesn't like empathy. Look deeper. Stop deeper about these revealed.
I have to say, for people like me who kind of feel like, I guess, it's kind of hard for gay conservatives because there's not a lot of us. So, like, what do you have to say to other gay people who need to realize, like, they do have a choice?
Yeah, first of all, welcome to the conservative movement. I don't think you should introduce yourself just based on your sexual attractions.
No, I agree. I like
because that's not who you are.
I like to be thought of as a person, and
for sure, you are a complete human being, and I'm sure you treat people well, and you're studying something. So I want to get away with this idea that you're gay anything. I just think that we have gone a long way in the negative direction in this country, where we act as if the most important part of your identity is what you do in the bedroom. It doesn't mean that much to me, but if you ask from a perspective as a Christian, I don't agree with that lifestyle, but politics is about addition and multiplication. I imagine you agree with a lot of what we talk about.
Absolutely.
Right? Strong borders, strong country, and for that, we welcome you into the conservative movement.
Thank you.
I mean, so right there, doesn't sound very hateful. It sounds just like honesty. Of course, if he's, I guess, a traditional Christian, he's probably not going to agree with gay marriage or, you know, things around homosexuality, but doesn't seem like he's spewing hate about it either. Someone says it sounds like manipulation. In what way? If you're talking about the clip we just watched. You said racist people manipulate people. I mean, you're not really saying much there, though. I mean, let's see. Hold up. Did he do one on race? Trans people? Racism? Breaks down a lot of it. XX, I don't know what you're talking about, my guy. Somebody said, Karma Perry here says, lies. He was a huge homophobe and believe you should hate gay people because according to his Christian values, they are an abomination. Are there clips of him saying these things? Because we can pull them up. I'm very curious. Hey, Slow and Low. Glad you can make it. How are you doing? I've seen the Bible quote, which is used in like a larger argument. If that's what people are referencing, I think that's a little misleading. But if there is a clip out there of him, like, I mean, spewing that type of hate, saying, what did you say? That he said that people should hate gay people. I'd be really, really curious to see that. The video of Kirk quoting Leviticus. All right, let me see. Let us see. Charlie Kirk.
Should we forgive gays?
All right, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know if this is the clip, but let's give it a try.
If they have gone back and forgiven, like, ask God to forgive them.
We must understand homosexuality is a behavior. It's not an identity. This is where our culture, and this is a thought crime. You are not gay. You act gay. Okay? You act homosexual. You act gay. And so when someone ceases to act on a same-sex attraction, which some people have and some people don't, we should, of course, welcome them with open arms. And there's rejoicing in heaven when anybody repents. In fact, repentance is one of the most beautiful things a believer can do. In fact, we should celebrate that, and we should say your sins are completely and totally forgiven. Should we forgive homosexuals that have left the homosexual lifestyle? Absolutely, yes. Well, more importantly, God forgives them.
Is that the clip you guys were talking about? Or, I mean, Charlie Kirk, Leviticus. Well, here, what?
I believe marriage is
It says, what did Charlie Kirk say about LGBTQ plus people?
one man and one woman.
Charlie Kirk has been fatally shot while speaking at a university in Utah. The conservative activist and Trump ally was shot moments after answering a question about trans school shooters. Videos circulating online show an attendee asking Kirk, "Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?" To which he responds with, "Too many." A study from the Violence Prevention Project found that less than 1% of school shootings in the US were carried out by transgender individuals. But where did Charlie Kirk stand on LGBTQ plus issues? At the age of 18, he formed Turning Point USA, a conservative activist group known for his series of Prove Me Wrong debates, recorded live.
Oh my gosh, it's just like AI stuff. Like I thought he was gonna show
at left-leaning university.
Puberty is not the
LGBTQ plus
sorry, I'm
issues
getting
would
impatient.
often be discussed.
Puberty is not the problem. Puberty is the solution to the trans issue.
Charlie would often debate queer college students on the topic of being transgender, making his stance explicitly clear.
You're lying to yourself and
Okay, you know what? We're not gonna get. Hold up. Let me just pull up. Oh, something a little longer so we could actually dive into his arguments here. Bear with me. Being slow over here. Dang, it's just like how much the algorithm switches up now. Where his clips are not, well, at the top anymore. Now it's mostly news. So let me go to his channel. Wait, it's live? Hold up. Oh, is it a vigil? Alright, sorry. Wanted to see what they were streaming. Well, I don't know if I'm going to find specifically, I guess, those arguments. So we're just going to check out his channel, one of the events where he's debating with people, and just kind of see where that takes us here.
We're honored to be partnering with the
Obviously, Charlie Kirk channel. Definitely go check it out if you want to see more of his content and everything.
Alan Jackson Ministries, and today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. What issues in the...
I'm gonna move up a little bit here.
All right, you guys know how it works. We're going to do questions for a couple hours here. If I really like your answer, you get a hat. We'll be signing hats as well, and God bless you guys. We're going to have a great time. Thank you. Okay, hello, yes.
Hello, my name is Yardo. I have a small YouTube channel. I'm a political commentator as well, much smaller than you are. I just wanted to thank everybody at Turning Point USA, USD, for having this debate. And also, I would thank the Turning Point USA, San Diego...
Yo, Tim Towndro in chat. If you have any creators off the top of your head or like video titles or anything, you could drop them in chat. I'll check them out. I just haven't seen those in my feed, no.
State, because they gave a voice to one of my dear friends who was a victim at the October 7th Nova Music Festival, and his name is Muzai. I really appreciate that you guys did that, and you have my sincere gratitude. I'd also like to quickly state that this is a message for the far left first, and then we'll get into what I highly disagree with you about. But I just read Hassan Piker's New York Times article where he claims that he did not stifle free speech in his chat. I do not believe that's true because I was banned multiple times for having a simple disagreement with him. That is one thing on the right that you guys do far better, is not creating echo chambers, and this is a complete amazing thing that you guys are doing right now. And I just want to let you know, right now, Hassan Piker, I will donate $5,000 to Palestine if you debate me. Now,
I'm curious if you ever took up that offer.
and I 100% mean that, and I will make sure that that is as public as possible. My question for you, Charlie, is I just want to make it clear. I am against affirmative action. Of course, I do not believe, as a disabled person myself, I do not believe that affirmative action is the entire...
Yeah, but tell me, you said surrounded. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to hear some of these arguments first, but I'll look that one up.
...of what DEI entails. That being said, I would be fine with DEI gotten rid of if it meant the like a true meritocracy in the United States. But why would I trust Donald Trump to create a meritocracy when he himself has appointed the least accomplished and the least, essentially, yeah, perfect word, the least accomplished cabinet in U.S. history, at least in my opinion. If you disagree, I can explain why I feel that way.
Well, first of all, one thing doesn't have to do with the other, but I'm going to reject the premise that it's the least qualified cabinet ever, so we could talk about that. But even if it was just Donald Trump picking his family members, it has nothing to do with the merits of DEI or getting rid of DEI, right? So that's a red herring. They actually have nothing one to do with the other. One's a repeal of a policy. One is your critique of a cabinet. So which one would you rather debate? Would you rather debate DEI and all of its implications or Trump's cabinet? It seems like you have more problems with Trump's cabinet because we actually might be on the same side of meritocracy. So want to talk about the cabinet? Whichever you prefer.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
All right.
I personally don't see it as a red herring, but we can talk about that.
Well,
sure.
yeah, one doesn't have anything to do with the other, right? I mean, you can personally have hypocrisy in your own life and still do really good things in policy, right? It doesn't necessarily equate, right?
Well, I mean, in the way that I see it is that when a lot of people talk about, like when they're talking about their choice to vote for Kamala or Trump instead of Kamala, they talk about the personal aspects of Donald Trump that make them want to trust him, right? He's a lot of people trust him. You can see the way that people look. I mean, everybody's wearing the MAGA hats. People trust him. Why would I trust him?
Okay. So yeah, that is your contention. So
yeah.
What about his cabinet is unqualified? Let me just ask you a couple examples. So, I mean, Scott Bessent, who's one of the most accomplished bond salesmen and individuals in the hedge fund space ever, right? That's not unqualified. Pete Hegseth, who's actually a frontline warfighter, unlike Lloyd Austin, who never fought a war in his life, right? We have Kristi Noem, who was an accomplished congresswoman and governor from a major state running Department of Homeland Security. You have Howard Lutnick, who's a very famous and well-known financial mind and titan from Wall Street running Cantor Fitzgerald. Marco Rubio, who was a very well-respected U.S. Senator on Foreign Affairs, who's now doing a great job as Secretary of State. So build out your argument why you think this cabinet is unqualified. Seems to me very, very qualified, actually, across the board.
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to start with, I mean, this is the most obvious one, and I have many other examples that I'd like to get into, but Pete Hegseth, you mentioned, I think that is kind of, I don't really understand why you would mention somebody that leaked war chats to a liberal journalist. To me, that doesn't seem like the kind of person that I would want to be.
Well, hold on.
We're going into the wee with politics when we were looking for, more culture issues, but it's fine. Sorry, I thought I was muted there. But we're going to listen to this debate, and then circle to the Jubilee video that I was recommended.
He did not leak it.
First of all,
Okay, well, he added the person
the
to the
person
chat.
who actually is responsible was just removed as national security advisor
Oh,
today.
you mean the person who was the fall guy for Pete Hegseth's problem?
No, he added somebody without his knowledge, but fine.
Okay, so why
But-
wouldn't he see him? Why wouldn't he see the person who's
Well-
in the chat before talking about war
Okay,
policy?
So, well, time out. Just so we're clear, I'm sure you've been added to group chats with 30 or 40 people sometimes, and you enter in with trust that every acronym is actually a government official. Obviously, that will not happen again. Just so we're clear, Signal was an approved chat by the Biden administration.
I
It's
know
an
that.
approved secure channel.
That was a kind of crazy leak, though. What was it? Like a journalist just kind of ended up in the chat and was seeing stuff they weren't supposed to be seeing?
I'm not talking shit on Signal.
However, time out. Let me ask a question about Pete Hegseth. Would you rather have a warfighter or a bureaucrat run the United States military?
I would rather have somebody that doesn't have a history of alcoholism. I'd rather have somebody that, I mean, realistically.
Wow. So do you think Lloyd, how about Mark Milley and Lloyd Austin, were they better at running the U.S. military than Pete Hegseth?
I mean, I think you're going to probably start talking about how there's higher enlistment numbers.
Yeah,
under
not only
Pete
that.
Hegseth.
So recruitment in the military is up majorly. Thank you, Pete Hegseth. He's doing a pretty good job. Number two, procurement. We're saving money. Estimates are that we'll save hundreds of billions of dollars in efficiency. War games are up. The amount of war games we're doing in the Southeast Pacific has increased by 30%. This is a military town here in San Diego. They have a massive increase in people wanting to join the Navy, wanting to join the military. That wasn't happening under Biden. Morale is actually 30 points higher now that Pete Hegseth, a war...
Yo, Rosalind, you said Charlie Kirk laughed at Democratic lawmakers being shot and called for the shooter to be released. Can you name some of the lawmakers or something? I'll pull that up. I'm curious what you're talking about. I've not heard that one or seen any clips for that. Charlie Kirk was Turner. But yeah, if you've got a source, we'll definitely check that out.
Warfighter is running the U.S. military.
We have a complete difference. We'll never going to agree on this.
No, but not agree. But show me, then prove the evidence. What is one number that is worse with the U.S. military now that Pete Hegseth's in control?
The numbers that you're talking about are numbers that I actually actively do not care about, because I think that we have an overly powerful military, and I think too much of our money goes to the military.
No, I know, but like, tell me one thing he's done, like numerically, like empirically, judge his performance, right? What is one thing that you could say, wow, the Pentagon is in a worst place because of Pete Hegseth?
I would say his inconsistent foreign policy, where he backs on statements depending on whether or not Donald Trump has heard them or not. Like in the beginning, we were talking about what happened with Ukraine and Russia. Like they've had disagreements already within the first couple months of the administration.
What? But first of all, the president is the commander-in-chief, so he executes the running of the military.
I'm just saying that
he's the operationals manager, right?
I understand that.
And so when you want a military, you have recruitment going up, you have war games going up, you have morale going up. You have, by the way, how about this? Do you agree that physical fitness standards for men and women should be the same in the U.S. military?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to pull this up. So who is it here? Rosalind, I believe. I'm pulling this up. I believe this is what you're talking about, so let me pull up. What did you say? Two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota. He said Charlie Kirk laughed at Democratic lawmakers being shot and called for the shooter to be released. So,
this morning, we don't have much to say, but I will say a little bit.
I think this, is this the right one?
This is just a horrific situation. Minneapolis Police Department say the Annunciation Catholic school shooter was contained and is no longer an active threat to the community. The FBI is also on the scene. Witnesses heard a tremendous amount of gunfire. The school includes children to 8th grade, and Mass held every Wednesday morning. This is the first week of school. Pray for all those involved. There's a lot that we need to learn about this. This is demonic. There is no other word for it. And to target a church, to target Mass, and to go kill children, I mean, that is as dark and as evil and as satanic as you could possibly capture and
link for the video in chat. Is this what you're talking about, Rosalind?
Imagine. And that is nihilism in its purest form. Children were praying and taking Mass, and this guy goes and just starts randomly shooting at them. I will say, from my theological view...
Oh, no, because it said lawmakers. Hold up. No. This is not what you were talking about. I'm looking here. I'm looking. Not seeing what you were. Let me see. Lawmaker shot. I'm not seeing it. I don't know how much more specific I could be, though. Yeah, no, I realize that's obviously not the one. But again, I mean, if you guys have clips or sources or anything, because I'm looking for it. Everybody's saying he's spreading hate, he's vile, said this, said that. So trying to pull it up and see, trying to get like a nice 360 on this. I see you saying Minnesota. I'm looking here. It'd be easy if you guys could drop links in chat, but that would be just a mess in and of itself. So, oh, I mean, join the Black Hole Discord. I could drop links there and I could pull them up. Makes it a lot easier. You said Benny Johnson's page is the one to look at. Oh yeah, we did just watch a video from him. He's been dropping a lot of breaking news over there. I'm gonna check out the Jubilee video you guys recommended though as well, because we were trying to look for him spreading hate when it comes to cultural ideas. We might be able to circle back on Benny. It does seem like he released something just 3 hours ago. Let me check out this Surrounded video you had mentioned. Something tells me this is going to have more of the cultural issues in it that people are kind of up in arms about right now.
Not murders.
So I'm not gonna say we're gonna watch all of this. This is an hour and a half, but I'll drop the link in chat. This is for a Jubilee video. Let me pull it up on screen. Bam. Drop it in chat. Bam. Don't know. YouTube loves to block all sorts of things. Doesn't tell people it's blocking it. So sometimes your message might be blocked. It'll show up on your screen. It won't show up for everybody else and you won't know it. So if you don't see some sort of moderation from one of the mods here or myself or Nightbot and I don't know, nobody's responding, that might be why, because YouTube has deemed your comment, well, unsavory. A lot of the times I'll throw the chat on the screen so we could kind of tell what's actually making it through to everybody and what's not. That way you guys can correct and get your point across. But right now I got the chat down. I might pull it up though in a bit.
My first prompt is abortion is murder.
Oh yeah, slow and low, yeah. I might pull it up for a bit here just so we can have a little bit more transparency on what's actually coming through the chat. Let me see. There we go. So yeah, chat on the screen. If your message does not appear on the screen, then nobody could see it. You're being gaslit to believe you are speaking to all of us. So.
Murder and should be illegal.
All right, sorry, what was that?
Abortion is murder and should be illegal.
All right. Yeah, somebody recommended the Jubilee video, so I want situation. What do you mean? I'm curious, Mr. Miller. Out of curiosity. An example, maybe? And some of y'all say no abortion. Why would you put a child to death for the crimes of the father? You put the child to death.
That's out of OECD nations, right? And we can acknowledge that that's for children who are actually living and breathing. So I feel like...
Oh, thank you, Norton. My bad, guys. I didn't realize the links weren't clickable. I will definitely do that for the next stream. I'll see if I can get it done for this stream, but sometimes you have to reset the stream for those to take effect. If you're, Mr. Miller says, if you're healthy and have the money to take care of the child, then you should have to have that kid. Interesting. But if you don't have the money, or, you know, generally, I guess, unhealthy, then you're saying abortion is more okay. A link tease. Yeah, I don't mean to tease you guys with the links here. Tim says, what's wrong with raising a kid you can't afford? I've heard the economic argument a lot, that it would be bad to bring a kid into the world that you couldn't take care of and not give them the best life or something along those lines. Some people are saying adoption. Oh, wow. MAGA games. Or I'm sorry, is that MAGA or Mega? Well, games. I'll take only rich kids get to live, question mark. That's an interesting point. So like the lower classes abort and the upper classes don't abort. Slow and Low says, we all know what happens when you have sex. Do not do that if you cannot afford what comes out of that process. Norton says, yeah, that whole under no circumstance thing is very difficult. I'm troubled with making the mother suffer if you're carrying a baby under grape or incest to full term. Yeah. I really appreciate the pro-life arguments. I generally fall on the side of, you know, allowing each person to choose for themselves, but I can understand why people feel the way they do on both sides of it. It's tough for me to sit here and say, well, no, you have to do this thing. Because, I mean, who am I to say what you should and shouldn't do? I mean, what you take upon yourself is, you know, your own business. But then there's, you know, the other side, which is like, well, no, we shouldn't allow evil at all. And that's like evil. So... yeah, see, Mr. Slaw says abortion is up to the individual, not society. The individual has to live with the circumstances regardless of decision. Abortion is classed as a medical procedure, not murder. Not good for everyone. Armac says, who speaks up for the little one who can't speak for themselves?
Abortion.
Surprised by this number. What do you guys think? How many abortions do we have a day? I'm going to pull it up too. What do you guys think? How many abortions per day in the US? Some say, okay, RMAC 4,400, GG Gaming 20, Daniel 3,600, 3,000, 50,000, Mr. Miller, oh my gosh. Dude, if there's 50,000 a day, wow, that would be insanity. All right, well, let's see.
Not sure, maybe, I don't know, 1,000?
4,000 a day. So it is kind of willy-nilly.
4,000 a day. A quick Google AI overview. According to this, an estimated 2,844 abortions occur daily in the United States as of 2024. This figure is based on data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And yeah.
Sorry.
So it's saying roughly 3,000, 2,850, roughly 3,000. He's saying about 4. In fact, per year. So according to Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, there were approximately 613,000 reported abortions in the United States in 2022. This represents a slight decrease from the 622,000 reported in 2021. So about a little over 500,000 a year seems to be, at least up to 2022, seems to be the number around 600,000. Women's site for having abortions often fall into categories like not being financially prepared, 73%, not being able to afford a baby at the time, 73%, and having the pregnancy interfere with their education or work, 76%. Other common reasons include relationship problems, a desire to focus on existing children, and concerns about mental or physical health. Though specific percentages vary by study and source, many women report multiple overlapping reasons for their decision. So, a little quick, Google AI overview of the situation there. I didn't expect the number to be, I guess I didn't know what to expect out of that number. So 73%. Of course, check sources and all that. Let me see where the site's here. Oh my gosh, cookies, no, I don't want your cookies. Okay. Many unexpected pregnant women don't know their options and turn to abortion as a solution. The majority of women seeking an abortion say the decision comes from multiple themes, fears, or worries. Because of this, statistics can vary, and most women will have more than one reason for abortion. Education or work, 76%. Financial concerns, 73%. Fear of single motherhood, 48%. Completed childbearing, doesn't want any more children, 40%. Emotional unpreparedness, 19%. Fetal health concern, 8%. Influence from family and friends, 5%. And rape or incest, 1%. I'm getting that from Focus on the Family. So, I mean, obviously, there's going to be a lot of different sources that, are probably going to spin it one way or the other. But just as a quick overview, I guess.
By bad, what do you mean by that? We have more access to birth control for young kids. We have more kids that are learning to use birth control at a younger.
Somebody said, I wonder what the numbers are for women facing shame. Well, that's interesting because one of the ones on that's, I don't have it pulled up, do I? Was pressure from the family. So I don't know if that would fit what you're saying, but that's kind of interesting.
Education.
And go further in your life.
That's a bad thing, right?
But some people are able to work through that, and it's like an opportunity thing.
No, my fault. I think I was muted. The national average 6-year graduation rate for a 4-year institution is over 61%, with private, nonprofit, and public 4-year schools having higher rates than for-profit schools, which are significantly lower. So it doesn't seem like he's too far off the mark with that one. At least according to this quick overview. Hey, Remham, I love that name. Is that in reference to Frank's Fluids, or Frank rather? But you said, Astrolarius, how about the 10-year-old thing? Are you talking about his abortion argument? Because if you're talking about his abortion argument, they're basically saying, simply put, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Somebody might be raped, and some people would see that as bad, making the person take it to term, but from his point of view, it's bad to end the pregnancy because he believes it's like killing a baby, essentially. And his viewpoint appears to be 2 wrongs don't make a right. If that's what you were referencing. Yeah, okay. I mean, it comes off really, really crass, I guess, which is the point of asking the question that way. It's kind of like loading the question, but he bites the bullet on it.
Or click
making making consistency, right? Because in the question they asked him, they referenced his daughter, I believe, and said if your daughter was such and such. So he probably shouldn't have said I'm gonna have like a black woman or whatever as my running mate. He should have said I'm gonna have the best person for the job, then said Kamala Harris, and then boom, it's the same thing really. But when you put it before. Now people are like, well, wait a second. So you're just looking for this person based on immutable characteristics and not for like merit of how good they are at their job. So I think that's kind of the issue there. If he wouldn't have said that, nominated her or, you know, accepted her as, you know, his running mate, and, you know, then he could have said, okay, it's a no, because you shouldn't even bring it up. If like you bring up the fact that she's a black female, then it almost sounds like the reason you're doing it is because she's a black female, which kind of makes it weird. It's kind of weird, right? I think it would be better if he was just like, nope, she's the best for the job. Not really seeing any hate. I mean, he seems to be just opinionated like all of us and, you know, putting his opinions out there and having open discussion. I mean, the fact, I really respect people that can sit down and just have a conversation with people that they disagree with. I think that would probably help everybody and help everything if we could do that more. If you're not willing to talk to the other side, well, what's left, right? I mean, all you could do is really turn around and preach to the choir, and that's not going to get you anywhere. You could sit there and preach to the choir all day, but if you aren't bringing new people onto your side, you're probably going to lose in elections if the other side is doing better at bringing people to their side. So I think it's important to have open dialogue and try to strengthen your points too. Like, even though you might get blown out in a debate, okay, well, let's revisit this debate, let's analyze it, and let's see where we could strengthen our points. I don't know. That's just kind of it's actually a pretty cool argument. And what's the next one? Because you guys are losing it over the gender debate. Like, man, y'all are going wild in chat over that. Y'all missed the whole entire is Kamala Harris DEI. Oh my gosh. It seems like that is the most contentious issue here. Is it the gender issue? I mean, I see you saying dumb argument. I mean, he's saying it's DEI for states that have a lesser population, because the whole point of, let's say, the Electoral College is to sort of balance the scales, so you don't just have a handful of cities deciding, you know, who wins the elections. Exactly. Is it DEI necessarily? Well, no, not really. I mean, you could say, I mean, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It is including making sure that, you know, there's a diverse range of voices being heard, because otherwise low population states would not be heard. Like, none of their issues would be heard. In fact, without the Electoral College, there might be whole entire states that just never get visited by a candidate because there would just be no point strategically to go there. And no, it's a strange argument. Like, again, I've never heard of that. I'm gonna have to like meditate on that or something, think about it. That's why I like that dude. He was I just bringing up like arguments I've never heard before. And I think it's cool. Like, sometimes it's like you're going to come up with an argument, it's going to be new and different, and maybe it's going to suck and kind of fail, and then you go back to the drawing board. But eventually, you know, like the way he's thinking is cool because it's like strategic and out of the box. And I like that. Parker, you said Parker. Yeah. If that's that's his name, right? Cause I'm going to look at, cause he does content, right? I think I'm gonna look him up. Oh, found him. Is this him? Hold up. Parker, get a job. Is that him, guys? Trying to bring it over here. Oh, wrong one. Definition of fascism. Let's try that again. Because everybody's a fascist, so I was going to pull the definition up for when you guys start saying fascist. Parker, where are you? All right, there we go. Is this him? Bam, subscribe. I mean, out of all of them right now that have gone up and debated him, I think he's my favorite for like energy and diversity of points. He did kind of circle back to like the theology a bit too much, in my opinion, but it was interesting.
All right.
Who really wants to go? I don't want to pick on. I don't want to pick on somebody who doesn't want to get picked on. Okay.
Affirmative action is constitutional. That's the next one. They were watching this to try to hear some of his points on cultural issues, since a lot of people in chat were saying he's a bigot, he's racist, homophobic, insert, whatever thing, right? So far, I mean, in this, I didn't really get that from him. I mean, we didn't really watch that other debate. But no, I didn't really pick that up. It just seems like he has opinions, ideas that he holds. I probably don't agree with all of them. We would argue, I'm sure, on some points. But didn't seem disrespectful. I mean, or overly disrespectful or hateful or anything along those lines. No, I hear y'all. I just, there's a lot of people that have been coming in here this stream and last stream. There's been celebratory, or people like, celebrating it and everything. And, it's like, well, why are you celebrating it? And they say, well, because he was a bad person. And I'm like, well, why is he a bad person? And they say, well, because he was hateful. So I'm just trying to identify the hateful arguments, I guess, that he had, that people are going out there and, celebrating his death over. But so, Christy, you said his opinions are very racist, but what opinions in particular? Like, I'm curious, like, what it doesn't, I didn't hear him do a racism in this. It didn't sound to me like he did a racism in this. Maybe he just didn't do a racism in this video, but you could point me to another video that he did one in. I'm curious. Because I've seen some of his stuff, like before this whole event happened, before he was killed. I mean, I've seen some of his content and never, took away racist or anything. I always thought, okay, cool. This is like an interesting, setting for a debate. He's debating people at different college campuses and, at different venues and whatnot. But I mean, I've pulled up a couple things now that people have, told me to look up to prove his hatefulness. And I mean, the floor is yours. I mean, I'll pull it up. I'm curious. I want to hear these arguments that are hateful and, well, deserving of him being shot in the neck. That was Jubilee, guys. If you like that type of content, definitely go check out their channel. I'm looking. No, exactly, Leo. I'm if somebody posts something, we could analyze it. Like, I want to analyze some of his hateful points or some of his hateful rhetoric. Because for somebody to go online and, record themselves celebrating somebody's death, I imagine that person must have been pretty nasty for you to celebrate his death. So there must be a bunch of content out there or something very heinous that he said. I'm looking, guys. Hey, Wrath. I saw you get here earlier. I didn't want to pause it during one of the parts, but welcome. And again, I mean, I'm seeing people of all shapes, sizes, colors, denominations, what have you, come out in support of him. So I would expect if he's homophobic that, some gay people would not be, so supportive of him. I would expect if he was racist that, black people or Hispanic people or whatever would not be so, loving of him and whatnot. You said 80 to 85% of people coming out to condemn. don't know if it's that high. I was struck by just how many like people were out there celebrating it. It was very, very surprising. No, I don't want to just confirm bias or anything like that. I mean, the whole point, like, guys, if I wanted to be a lefty channel or a righty channel, it'd probably be a lot easier. Half the time, everything like devolves in chat into insanity. But no, that's no fun. Echo chambers are not just boring, for one, and two, you're not gonna get smarter in an echo chamber. You're just gonna learn to repeat what everybody else is saying, and it's just not ideal. Not in my eyes. I mean, to each their own. But like, if I'm wrong and somebody proves me wrong, it's like, yeah, I feel a bit stupid. Maybe I put my foot in my mouth. Okay, I'm embarrassed. My face is getting a bit hot, guys. But hey, I'm gonna like correct myself, and then I'm gonna be right from that, on that point, from that point forward, until I'm wrong again, right? Like, I'm not always gonna be right. Shit, I'm probably not right half the time. The hate is very shocking. It's very shocking. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying Charlie was an echo chamber. I'm saying just don't want this to become an echo chamber. Which is why I generally seek out just a lot of different opinions. I mean, depending when you drop in here, we're listening to all sorts of different opinions. And also why the mods are so diverse in here. Now, depending what time you come in here, we might have a lot of left-leaning mods or a lot of right-leaning mods. Sometimes it's balanced, we try to keep it balanced. And not to make it a dichotomy here of like right and left, but just simply put. But I am still looking out if anybody wants to point to something. Charlie Wilson. Well, who is that? Cynical Sympaths said it's almost like people can't seem to notice how evil they sound because of them not being in your face to see you react. Some of the videos that are coming out of people surprised by how their friends are acting. So I guess they went online, they celebrated his death, and a bunch of their friends were like blocking them or defriending them, unfriending them or whatever. And they were like crying and surprised that so many of their friends, feel this way. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? I mean, you're the one out there sort of like celebrating a death. I mean, that's the weirder part of it. Them distancing themselves from you is actually less weird. Although, if it's a good friend, you'd hope that at least reach out to you and be like, hey, you want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. I need to know where you're coming from. Like, if I saw one of my friends post that, if they were out here like, oh yeah, I'm so glad that this happened, I hope it keeps happening, I think I'd have to give them a call and be like, hey man, what's going on? Like, we're gonna have to walk through this together. I don't like to just cut people out. It's actually one of my flaws. I'm working on it, though. I'm working on it. No, I put my foot in my mouth enough times to know. Definitely not right about everything. Oh, the man cheering seconds. So I don't know if you guys saw that, but there was a man who was appeared to be cheering in the crowd like seconds after Charlie Kirk was shot. I've gone down this rabbit hole a little bit. He's coming out now to say he wasn't celebrating. He was actually trying to get everybody to chant USA and to sort of uplift the crowd spirit. The video looks crazy, but I've seen other videos, so it's inconclusive for me. I mean, that's wild. If you watch somebody just take a bullet like that and you start cheering, I mean, what the fuck? I'm sorry, that's wild. And, you know, I think people need to understand that if you're cheering for, you understand, this person is popular. A lot of people follow this person and they like this person's ideas, and maybe they hold the same ideas. If you go out and celebrate that person's death, a person that supports the same ideas that Charlie Kirk supports, well, they might feel like, well, damn, do you want me to die? Would you be cheering if I died? Do you think I deserve to die? You're not. When you cheer that, it scares the other people because they're like, well, shit. If you're really cheering, you know, death and killing out here, maybe you don't need to be working there. Maybe you don't need to be a dentist. Maybe you don't need to be driving the children's school bus. Maybe you don't need to be making my food, you know? I don't think they understand how it comes off. It's like, you know, a lot of people support him, and the ideas that you're saying are hateful and that deserve the death penalty, essentially. Like, what the... That's going to rub people the wrong way. I mean, this one lady, she what did she say? She posted a video and she was, you know, celebrating, and she was like, and let's keep it going. Like, lady, whoa. What are you saying? And are you saying that more people that have his belief should die? That is dangerous. That's very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. Because what if somebody labels your speech as hateful? Yeah, they won't have jobs on Monday. Oh my gosh. I mean, people are getting fired over the weekend and they're freaking out because like, oh, they didn't expect to get fired over the weekend. I know Monday is going to be wild. I didn't realize how many people, because, you know, there's always those people that are clout chasing. Look, guys, I like views. I like the next guy, right? I cannot come out celebrating somebody's death just to get views. It's hard for me to believe that people are doing it for clout. Oh my gosh. What? But I didn't think so many people would be so comfortable, sharing that, right? I mean, it's so comfortable. It's not even like they're sharing it through like an anonymous handle, but they're like videotaping themselves and putting it out there. Like, what? In fact, you know what? Oh man, I saw this one thing I wanted to show y'all. I thought it was really funny. Oh man. Oh, am I gonna be able to find this now? Guys, if you saw how many tabs I have open, I don't even know how my computer runs. Oh my gosh. Let me see if I can find this. Like, I'm not even, oh my gosh, some of these videos. Hold up. Sorry for the silence. I should be playing some music or something. Oh, I had all this. I had so much stuff pulled up, and then I go live and I can't find anything. Like, what the hell? Where did I need to start bookmarking things. Oh, I'm getting closer. I know I'm getting closer. Oh, come on, people. Man, it's like, what? And it's good content, too. Why is all the trash content at the top? Ugh. I'm determined now. You know, sometimes you give up halfway. No, I'm determined to find this. I don't want to hype it up too much, though, because if I hype it up anymore, you guys will be disappointed. But it is pretty good. Okay, you were one of them, but where's the one I'm looking for? Come on now. Come on now. Ooh. Maybe it's on YouTube. While we're here searching X. Do you guys think South Park is going to touch this? I heard that Charlie Kirk was in the other South Park episode. Some people are blaming the South Park episode. I haven't seen it yet myself. Oh my gosh, yeah, Charlie Kirk, South Park episode under fire. Well, while I look for this other thing, we could listen to this. I haven't seen the episode, but do you guys think they're going to touch this? Or how are they going to approach this? This is New York Post.
Here is going to be a master debater. It's me. So let's go. Who wants to debate the master?
Okay, never mind. I think I actually did see this.
Let's go. You right there.
That's the stupidest haircut I've ever seen.
You around. Leviticus 3:17 says it shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings. So you can shut up, baby. You just hate America and you love abortions.
After Charlie Kirk was fatally gunned down while speaking at a college event yesterday, some MAGA supporters are pointing the finger at South Park creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone, alleging they helped fuel the hatred that led to the conservative influencer's assassination as a result of one of the show's recent episodes. The second episode of season 27, titled Got a Nut, originally aired August 6 and immediately drew attention for lampooning Kirk's college speaking style. In the episode,
Found it.
One of the show's
Freaking found it. We could finish this, but I found it.
iconic characters, Eric Cartman, parodied Kirk, adopting his mannerisms for a satirical college debate podcast while sporting his iconic hairstyle and look. The lampoon climaxed with Cartman receiving the Charlie Kirk Award for Young
Master Debaters.
Master Debaters. Days after the episode aired, Kirk himself laughed off the mockery.
Okay, everybody, the South Park episode just dropped, and honestly, it is hilarious. I mean, part of it is kind of like whatever, typical humor, but it was hilarious.
Kirk even told Fox News at the time he had grown up watching South Park and considered the parody part of being in the public arena.
I mean, isn't that sort of awesome to be recognized by South Park? I'm not saying like that's the accolade to let you know you've made it, but it is a nice little accolade. It's cute.
But after his death, the satire has become a flashpoint, as MAGA conservatives online have alleged Parker and Stone fueled a fire that contributed to Kirk's death. One ex-user posted, "South Park certainly fermented the hatred necessary to get Kirk assassinated." Another outright fumed, "Trey Parker and Matt Stone are responsible for this." And a Turning Point USA staffer posted on Telegram, "Comedy has consequences. Charlie was targeted in the culture before he was targeted in real life." A petition has even started racking up signatures demanding the network apologize for airing the parody. And has already gotten more than 100,000 signatures in its
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not going to put this blame on South Park. I don't think that's the case here.
first day.
And then it's like, well, let's say you make a cartoon and then somebody interprets your cartoon a certain way and then goes and, commits a heinous act. Is that really on you? It's a little weird.
Comedy Central quietly removed the rerun of the episode Got a Nut from its cable lineup just hours after Kirk's death. The Paramount Skydance owned network slotted in episode 1 from the same season instead. The network did not
Yes,
issue
Eric Cartman playing you. I mean, come on, that's amazing.
a public statement, but confirmed to industry outlets that the episode was temporarily
Especially if you grew up watching it.
pulled from its cable rotation.
They did pull it.
It remains available to stream on Paramount Plus with a subscription.
And I'm curious if it was banned. There is a site for that I think don't quote me, I'll take it with a grain of salt, but there's a site, I think it was put up by the creators or it's recognized by the creators for the banned episodes of South Park that you can't find on streaming platforms anymore. I think there was the episode where they showed a Muhammad, right? Or they tried to. I know it got censored when it went live on TV. But, oh yeah, the thing I was going to show you guys. Now, don't rage. This is obviously going to upset some people. But we do have to see some of the celebrations. I can't just sit here and talk about it. Obviously, we got to see what's going on in the world. So don't get too mad. Breathe. Get your paper bag. We're going to make it through this. Sorry, it's spinning on his nose ring for, I don't even know why. What are we doing, people? What are we doing? Oh! Sorry, just let me breathe. I just spent all that time looking for it. What the hell has happened? All right, give me a sec. Give me a sec. All right, we got it. We got it. It's very frustrating. I was scared. I thought I lost it forever, but that is not the case. All right, here we go.
Stupid comments about Charlie Kirk on the day that he was shot. I said some things on Blue Sky and on Threads that I'm sorry, not sorry for, but I said them and I deleted them when it was requested that I do so by my employer. And then today on a weekend, I'm told that I am no longer employed at Microsoft. After 6 years, building the diversity, equity, and inclusion department from scratch, I lose my job because one of you, some random person, reports my posts to my employer, goes out of their way to find out where I work and takes my job, takes my security away from me for a thought, for an opinion, and you talk about freedom of speech like you care about it, and you're just going to take my money, my life, my food off my plate because I don't like Charlie Kirk? That's not okay. It is not okay to target me because I felt joy that day. I can't help how I feel. I felt joy. That's me. That's what I believe. That's what I think of him. I can't help that. So I don't deserve a job?
Anyway, so guys, breathe. Breathe. Okay?
Stupid.
Hold up. How do I... Wait, how do I find this guy's... Oh, no. Wait, how do I find the original? Damn it. Okay, guys. Oh, this is so annoying. Well, anyway, I was supposed to take you to his page. This is satire. This guy is a satirist. He got me at first. Like, he had me in the first half. But really what I knew he was doing satire. I think he's a comedian. I'm going to try to find his handle so I can show you guys. But the septum ring is what... I don't know what it was, but I think it was the septum ring that I was like, nope, that's too much. It's too on the nose. No pun intended. Oh my gosh. So before you guys lose your mind, it's rage bait. He's a satirist. I can't... Or let me not scroll on X because who knows what the hell's going to pop up.
Stupid.
Oh, why can't I find his freaking I can't scroll X because I already know something's gonna pop up. No, there's definitely plenty who were fired without a doubt. I mean, yeah, he got me with that one. The step ring was too much. Exactly. And then his argument, like what he was saying, but he really encapsulates what I'm trying to get across. Is it's like you can't celebrate somebody's death and say it's the consequence of their speech while using your speech to celebrate their death, and then turn around and be upset when the consequence for you is losing your job, which is less than losing your life, right? So, oh my gosh, it was good satire. Sorry that the video was out of sync. I was not gonna refresh it because I knew I was gonna have to like do a whole thing again. So I don't know why my streaming software is just lately, but that's like partially why I don't have the camera on, is just because all of a sudden like all my settings are just all over the place. I don't know what it is. Yeah, guys, it was satire. Don't go out trying to dox this man, okay? I mean, don't dox anybody, but no, he was. Let me find you guys the handle for them. It took me long enough just to find the video. I can't believe that it doesn't link back to him. It's tragedy, really. You know, Asmongold, while we're waiting, you know, I wanted to check this out. Asmongold was throwing some punches. I thought his response was pretty intense when it came to people celebrating. Maybe I shouldn't say intense, but he's definitely putting his weight into the conversation. Again, so this was 2 days ago. This was Asmongold. Yeah, he's a heavy hitter. When I heard his words on this, I was like, oh, this is not going to be good for some people. You know, this is serious.
Hi guys, it's me again, and today we're going to look at some of the interesting users.
There's a website apparently doxing people. Yeah, it's called Twitter. No, but I hear you. There's many websites, I'm sure. Yeah, I was scrolling on X and oh man, it's terrible. I guess people on Blue Sky thought that they were going to be safe just posting over there, but believe it or not, some people go to Blue Sky, they screenshot your stuff and they share it on other platforms. I know it's unheard of. Who could even have anticipated such a development? Me? No way.
On, you would never believe it, Blue Sky. That's right. And I don't know how this keeps happening, but yesterday, after Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered, he was shot in the throat, bled out on stage in front of everybody, including his own family and his children. The number of people in the games industry who decided to go on to social media, particularly Blue Sky. A lot of these people, you have to understand that many of these people have already been run off of Twitter because there's a level of discourse and negativity that they can't really deal with. So the only place that they can really...
You said I haven't seen the video yet. I will not. I'm assuming you're talking about the video of Charlie Kirk. And yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, I don't suggest it. You know, if you could go without seeing it, I've seen it a few too many times. And I mean, it's brutal. I mean, you know, as you could imagine. And I couldn't imagine being there in person, especially there was somebody asking him questions. There was somebody having a conversation with him. And in one of the videos, I mean, I heard somebody call out like Charlie, and it was just, man, just terrible. And I remember when it was happening, I was like, oh Lord, you know, it seemed like he was still alive. Nobody announced his death. And then I saw the video and it was just like, damn. I mean, I think they say he was in critical condition up until he like made it to the hospital or something, but it's hard to believe that was survivable really at all. I figured it was just kind of, that was it when I saw the video. Yeah, I don't recommend it. Don't recommend it.
Discourse and negativity that they can't really deal with. So the only place that they can really exist is on effectively a reservation like Blue Sky, where their opinions are protected and they're...
Yeah, that's one thing I can say, Frank, or, you know, that I think is it seemed as though, I mean, he probably went out, I don't want to say peacefully, but you know what I mean? Like he probably passed out rather quickly. I mean, maybe instantly. It just like the way his body moved and everything. And just, I feel like when you lose that much pressure and that much blood at once, I'm assuming you just pass out, right?
They're allowed to be vitriolic and nobody's allowed to tell them that they're wrong. Well,
he had no idea what happened. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Crazy. It's crazy to think too. You could be standing there one day, you know, all of your thoughts in your head, your plans for the day and everything, and then like just in an instant, right? Just gone. Blindness and deafness almost immediately. Okay. It's also, I mean, it's damn. It's just, yeah, yeah. You don't want to think too much on this stuff, but you know, especially if my family's around and stuff, it would be nice to be able to, I think, say goodbye. I mean, that's like the scary part about like it ending so quickly is like you never really get time to say goodbye to a lot of people. You know, I've had people pass and it's never the right moment. It's like nobody like dies on your schedule, right? But like having that time, like knowing your time is coming, or that it's like your last moments and everything, and having a chance to like speak to your loved ones, or, you know, put your like last message out there. I mean, I imagine he was, you know, the people that, you know, loved him and he loved, they probably knew that and everything. But then something that bothers me, you know, when you lose people and stuff, it's like movies would bother me when they would like have the deathbed scene and like the person like squeezes their hand and the person passes away. Cause I'm just like, after losing somebody, I was just like, that's not how it happens. And I was very bitter for a long time because I was like, I didn't get that chance. You know, I wish I had the chance, you know? And so then you get to go through their stuff, and like, if, you know, that's your responsibility and everything, and you start learning things about them that you're like, well, damn, man, I would have really liked to ask you about this. I would have loved to have this conversation with you. I didn't even know you were into this. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, not to say you're going to be able to get everything out in your last moments, but it's just one of those things. It's like, yeah, being in pain and sort of seeing the end come is a scary thing. But I guess if it were me, I don't know, I think I'd want to know. And I think I want to be able to like just have those last conversations or put that last message out. So tie up any loose ends.
That's why we're making this video. We're going to be looking at some of the different people that, after the death of Charlie Kirk, decided to, and I'm not really going to be going through, everybody is going to draw the line at a different place. Here's where I draw the line. I personally have a big problem with people that are celebrating him being killed. I don't have a big deal if somebody says I don't like him or I never liked him or something like that. But for the people that are celebrating for him being killed, advocating for future violence, and saying that it's a good thing, I think that's what crosses the line for me. And I think that's what crosses the line for any reasonable, normal person. And so anyway, we're going to go through a number of people. And the first thing I wanted to start out with today is that maybe you guys remember this from the beginning of the year. It was a big content year, I would say that. And people might have forgotten, but there is a person who decided to advocate for killing your local MAGA. This was a Blizzard employee.
Just so it's not confused, it's actually a black hole, guys. We're orbiting a black hole. That's what the radio station does. I'm not my cryogenics tube. I'm on here with y'all.
And I want to say that after the video that I made on him and a lot of other people made on him, this—
Oh, it's a person? Moon? What's Moon about? Who's Moon? I might have missed what they were saying. I was getting like way too deep.
And people might have forgotten, but there is a person who decided to advocate for killing your local MAGA.
Oh, you said Moon just released a video. Why the assassination of Charlie Kirk will start a civil war. Looks like I'll be sending a lot of emails tomorrow. Moon. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to. Everybody gets on me for my pausing. I know I'd be pausing a lot sometimes. I'm just curious. This Moon feller.
Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Oh, wow. It's crazy how many channels have like 1 million subscribers and I've never heard of them, right? But bam, oh, they just posted that 2 minutes ago. Jeez. Well, you guys could go check out their video. I can't. Man, that's like cannibalizing views right there. I feel like there's some etiquette to reaction, and it's like you're supposed to wait 24 hours. I don't know. That's kind of made up. I don't think people do that, but anyway, I'm gonna check their channel out. I just subscribed.
to advocate for killing your local MAGA. This was a Blizzard employee. And I want to say that after the video that I made on him and a lot of other people made on him, this person lost their job and effectively has ruined their life. And I want nothing more than for the exact same thing to happen to the people in this video too. So I hope that after you guys see these individuals and you see what they're advocating for, you'll be able to go out and tell their employer, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm not comfortable funding a video game that is employing people that are advocating for the brutal murder of a person in front of their family. And it's absolutely insane, but it's also not surprising. And so anyway, we're going to go through some of these. Obviously, I put out a post about this before. This was yesterday. If you guys want to make a list, and this is something, I'll go ahead and just contextualize it all. So there's several game developers that are liking posts that are people mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination. We'll look at pretty much who these people are. We'll start off with this. These are people, Dennis. Let's look at this, and this is also on Blue Sky. I'm 6'5" and Vans, Blue Sky Social, sound effects associate at Bungie. So Bungie, you know the game that's trying to make Marathon, I guess they were too busy. Oh, he's doing sound effects, not visual effects, so maybe he actually has to do his job rather than just copy-pasting something off of Twitter. But anyway, you've got somebody like this who's advocating for, and again, people might think that it's not a big deal. Oh, well, these people aren't making these statements themselves. These people aren't really saying anything that is that extreme. Here's the reason why it's a big problem.
Not to interrupt him again, I saw somebody says, oh, if the heart is still pumping, this made me think, if you were to do CP, like, how would you help somebody in that situation? I mean, I guess we've already kind of more or less stated it was, that was probably it. But when you have a wound like that, I mean, you put like pressure on it, and then would you try to do CPR or like to keep the blood like moving, or I don't know. It's just crazy because I was like, well, how would you even, like, what would you even do? You said because there's a deer rifle?
That it's not a big deal. Oh, well, these people aren't making these statements themselves. These people aren't really saying anything that is that extreme. Here's the reason why it's a big problem. The reason why is because it creates an ecosystem and an environment where the actual extremism and the actual radical behavior is feeling comfortable. It feels comfortable in an environment where you have this blasé, passive acceptance of it, and you have people that are just basically complicit with it, but they're not openly saying it. They're just privately doing it, or they're just privately voicing their support as well. And, well, I guess in this case, it's not private anymore, is it? And so anyway, we have a associate producer at Bungie who is liking and promoting tweets that are celebrating the death of a person being shot in the neck in front of their family and bleeding out profusely on the stage in front of millions of people. And so good job, Bungie. Really good winners you've got here. I can't wait to play Marathon. I thought that my...
Damn. Okay, I was reading chat. Yeah, their hunting rifle, which was a heavier 30-06 caliber. Oh, Lord. Dates back decades as German-made military surplus with millions produced and resold in the United States. It's a popular rifle used to hunt bigger game and has a markedly different design and function than the modern semi-automatic assault rifles and have made headlines in the shooter may have been I need to see like a comparison. Really? Damn.
Expectations for the game couldn't be lower, but somehow Dennis has managed to fulfill, or exceed those expectations, you could say. I've got another one also. Kelly, senior producer at Sucker Punch, amateur cosplay armor, D&D enjoyer, source of corgi pics, they and she. Okay, so we have also, and you're going to see this word, this term, Sucker Punch, a number of times. We're not talking about the action, but we are talking about the company. This is the company that makes the game, or that is making the game Ghosts of Yotai. Ghosts of Yotai, and this is also important to keep in mind, is that the voice actress for the game, for the character itself, has gone multiple times on record making the most deranged, stupid comments like defunding the police. She's just your typical...
Oh, what's going on, Bonnie? You said this was a good session. Thanks for running it. Look forward to a few more Cambridge. It's a good one to show sometime. I just watched it a week ago. Good job. Yeah, I'll definitely pull up some more of his debates. I'm probably one of the next streams. We're gonna keep cycling through stuff, but I appreciate y'all for coming through. I know it gets like crazy in chat sometimes, and people can be unhinged, but it's really cool being able to I don't know, vibe out with people even throughout all like the craziness and stuff.
Like libtard, insaniac, moron, retard, right? It's not really that complicated, but what it really indicates...
Have they all been fired, or they've been fired? Oh, wow.
Is that there's a culture in this company and there's a culture in this environment where this type of radical, violent behavior and language is normalized. You have multiple people at the company that are all saying these things, and we're going to get to the other ones too. This is another person here also that works at the company, and so you can see right here, obviously this is them retweeting or posting something that they did with the game, and then right after that, I hope the shooter's name is Mario.
Oh yeah, that's the game refers to the firing of the developer from PlayStation Studio Sucker Punch Productions after they posted an insensitive joke about the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. This incident has sparked significant backlash and caused for boycotts of studio's upcoming game, Ghost of Yotai. So it looks like, yeah, Ghost of Yotai dev fired for Charlie Kirk's joke. Actually, I want to read the rest of this. After right-wing pressure campaign. I hate qualifiers. I hate the qualifiers in titles sometimes. Shit. We got, where's he at?
So that Luigi knows his bro got his back. And I've been noticed that Twitter has noticed me from the... I've been told that Twitter has noticed me from across the room. Well, we certainly have. We absolutely have. And I think that these kinds of comments are absolutely disgusting. This is a person that works at a massive game company, and they're openly advocating for on public platforms and promoting and celebrating the murder of a random person. This is disgusting. It's really disgusting. And in my opinion, I don't think that it should be tolerated. And that's the reason why I'm making this video. I think that everybody should try to message anybody that works at this company, anybody who, you know, like any sort of PR, any management, you know, anything like that. Let them know that you don't want to support a company that employs people that celebrate the murder of innocent people just for exchanging ideas. This is a disgusting...
Appreciate you, firefighter. If you're a firefighter in real life, appreciate your service. Take it easy, Kelly. Stay safe. Appreciate you for coming through.
Of innocent people just for exchanging ideas. This is a disgusting, disgusting thing to do. And you can see also, and I think this is a systemic problem at the company itself, whenever you have three people, the voice actress and then these two other people that are also doing this, I think that it's very obvious that this company has been infected with the same kind of moral rot that many other video game companies have unfortunately been affected by. And so you have also Zibs, they, them, always a very good indicator of mental awareness and normality. A producer at Magic the Gathering. So this person works at, I'm assuming, Wizards of the Coast. And they're working at Magic the Gathering Arena. Previously also at... Wow. Wow. What are the Wow. What are the odds of that? What a coincidence. And so what you've got here... This is, again, another person who is celebrating this type of violent behavior. And I think that, again, people need to make their voices known and make them heard that this is just...
I mean, it's crazy when the one side is celebrating it, and then you have Nick Fuentes come out and say, hey, don't retaliate. If you retaliate, you're no fan of mine. You know, you're not a part of this movement. It's crazy to see that outcome.
Simply not acceptable. This is not normal. This is not what average people want. We don't want to have people that are openly making statements and calls to violence like this, or celebrating calls to violence or actual violence like this, making our products. It's disgusting. And I know that some people would maybe consider and say, well, this is something that could be a little bit like cancel culture. And I want to say that it absolutely is. 100% is. The fact is that these are the same types of people who would lie about you and make up things about you and try to destroy your career and destroy your reputation for disagreeing with them on something political. But now whenever it's happening to them, they're the victims. Well, if you want to be the victim, it's time to earn it. I think also, here's another thing, is that if you work at one of these companies and you have one of these individuals that works at your company, you do have a recourse to this, and that's calling and talking to HR. Because the fact is that HR does not operate in your best interest, and it doesn't operate in their best interest either. It operates in the best interest of the company. And when you have people that are making public statements and calls to violence and celebrating violence like that, they're creating a hostile and an unsafe work environment. And anybody who works in HR or anybody who works inside of any sort of corporate environment will tell you that that's something that just can't exist in a corporate environment. There's a reason why...
Yeah, I heard there was an attempt on Nick Fuentes' life. I think a lot of creators now, especially ones that do public appearances, I don't know if they need better security, more security, or just be more mindful of like the venues or what. But of course, you know, it's like, oh, you don't want to live in fear and everything, but you also don't want to be stupid.
We have levels of decorum, and there are some levels of HR that make sense. And so if you work at one of these companies and you have a person like this doing it, make sure to talk to HR and let them know how uncomfortable you feel that there's a person who's working at your company who might...
You say just be behind bulletproof glass. Yeah, I thought that for a bit myself, but you know, you got to get to that bulletproof glass, and when the event's over, you got to leave that bulletproof glass. So unless that... Yeah, I guess maybe the bulletproof box could be on wheels, right? And you could just like wheel it to the bulletproof car and open like the door so you're always safe. It's just like 100% protection and security. Just, you know, I mean, leaders get assassinated, right? So it's like never guaranteed.
Know how uncomfortable you feel that there's a person who's working at your company who might want to advocate to have you killed because you disagree with them.
What's
Tell
going
them
on,
that
Tilly?
It makes you afraid to come into work. Tell you...
Wait, what are you talking about? Hey, Astra, you were saying about people totally want to keep claiming they're trans. Oh, what do you mean? I think it's come out that the shooter is... I don't know if their gender per se or what have you has come out in that sense. I mean, man, but apparently their partner, this is being reported, their partner / roommate was trans. But welcome back. I'm not seeing people saying that person was trans per se.
You that tell them that, you know, you don't know, maybe you're going to file a lawsuit, you feel
GT
unsafe
floppy
in your
Rambo.
workplace. And honestly, here's the important thing. You should feel unsafe.
Oh my gosh.
Because these people would justify violence against anybody who disagrees with them. And just because you think you know them doesn't mean they wouldn't do the exact same thing to you. And this is them. This is the game that they're making right here. And you can see that they've made no statement about this. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. If these people made a degrading comment towards the trans community, for example, or towards the black community, for example, do you think Sucker Punch would have immediately fired them and made a statement?
So he said they wanted to take rights away from trans women. I'm assuming you're talking about Charlie Kirk. And that's why I was trying to listen to some of his debates. We'll probably listen to some more in the future. But in what rights was he trying to take away in particular? I know he like mentioned sports, for example, which is like a whole conversation there, but was there anything else? Or I figured his, and I could be wrong about his stance, I thought his stance was probably like, if you're an adult, you know, do as you will. It points up. Did I miss your wait, did I miss your like an earlier comment? So he said, who gives a shit if someone is trans? You guys think too much about a person's sexual preferences. I think the only reason it might, it's like people are trying to find motive, right? And considering on the shell casings, there was something about a bulge, right? And then, oh, this person shot somebody that, or allegedly shot somebody that maybe has a different take than the progressives when it comes to trans ideology or trans rights or what have you. And then it turns out, oh, their significant other is trans, if that turns out to be the case. It's like when you have all these pieces like stacking, it's like, maybe that's the thing that could have, you know, been why they shot Charlie Kirk. Maybe that has nothing to do with it, right? Maybe Charlie Kirk just cut him off in traffic one day. Highly doubt that, right? Especially since apparently the family or like different sources had said he'd become more political in like the past few months, and that he had mentioned like Charlie Kirk was coming and how Charlie Kirk spreads hate. I'm just saying, if I'm sitting back and I'm looking at least the data that's come out that I've seen so far, it's not even an obsession with trans at that point. It's like trying to figure out, is that the reason? Is because of Charlie Kirk's views, and, you know, this person having maybe different views about it. Is that the reason he shot Charlie Kirk, or one of the reasons? Yeah, we were just talking about left-leaning mods. It was crazy. I feel like, yeah, there was maybe more right-leaning mods today. I don't know. Y'all come in and out, so. Where's my moderate mods?
I think so, absolutely. But for some reason, these people are protected. And the reason why they're protected is because there's a lot of other ones at the company that feel the exact same way that they do. That's the only logical reason that I have. And I think that at a certain point, Sony or somebody needs to step in. Whoever owns this company needs to step in and root out this disease before it kills the entire company. Because I do think that it will have a tremendously negative effect on the game. And you can see this right here. This is a post that Sony made, I guess it was a couple of days ago, about Ghosts of Yotai, and you can see 1,000 comments on this. Your senior dev at Sucker Punch is a violent leftist, etc. And these are more comments here. Never let up the...
Pristine Biscuit says the casing engravings were more teenage male than really anything, really just immature. So you think he was just memeing around, just kind of... I mean, yeah, he did add like a video game, I guess you could say, iconography. The song lyrics, some would point to being like leftist or something along those lines, or Antifa. Catch fascist. I mean, immature, I suppose, but I mean, if you take the time to engrave a message on bullets before you commit an assassination, I mean, we could consider what's on the bullets. Of course, it could be nothing, just just throw away. I don't know. I guess memes. I guess shit posting. That's a really interesting way to shit post, but it could be that. He was a Reddit and Discord hermit. Yeah, people said, what was it? A classmate of his said something along the lines that he was a Reddit kid. Norton considers himself a liberal, but of course that keeps moving. So say like a classical liberal. So next thing you know, I'll be Hitler. Yes, a meme kit or something. I mean, it's probably hard to give the whole story so early on. We're going to probably keep getting facts, or keep getting information, rather.
Pressure. Never, ever, ever do that. Keep this pressure up until these people lose their jobs. And then after they lose their jobs, then take a break, relax, pat yourself on the back, wait for them to get another one, and then do it again.
And I was just like, wow, I thought that was a pretty aggressive line there. So, you know, it seems like we know where, you know, Asmund stands on that. I mean, I say, yeah, probably don't be out there celebrating. I mean, if you're celebrating, I mean, people are probably going to retaliate, which, you know, kind of is going to suck for you. So if not for like humanity's sake or like turning down the temperature's sake, I mean, just think self-preservation, right? That's a good reason to probably not post that kind of stuff. Of course, I mean, to each their own, right? You can do what you want, you know, freedom of speech. But yeah.
And that's the only way that you should treat these animals. And that's exactly what they are. You shouldn't view them as people. You shouldn't view them as a person with a political disagreement from you. These are violent animals that are trying to destroy the last good thing that we have, which is the open ideas of political discourse. And they're celebrating murdering people for doing it. And as soon as that starts happening, I don't want to know what's next. And the worst thing is that I already do. And I think you do too. And so anyway, we've got more of these. Here's resignation is not enough for me. I hope he tanks the studio. And cowards keep quiet. The studio deserves to go under. I understand why a lot of people at these companies don't speak up, which is why I suggest that if you work at one of these companies, please make sure to go to HR. Go to HR and file these complaints legitimately with them. There are certain legal things that they have to do, and in some cases, these people will pretty much lose their job for sure if enough people are discussing it. And you have also some people make comments like this. It's wild how the woke right, like Asmongold, Grums and others, showing themselves to be what they hate, authoritarian freaks that want to censor and silence anybody they despise. Yeah, I do. I do. I think that anybody who's advocating for killing people over speech like this should be censored. Absolutely. And this is just normal. Absolutely. I don't. There's this trick that a lot of people like to play.
Yeah, I don't know why sometimes the text doesn't show up there. Sometimes I think it's weird because sometimes it won't show up there, but I'll still see the message. But a lot of the times, if it doesn't show up there, I'm assuming I'm not seeing it. But yeah, YouTube is just odd with that. That's why I like the transparency, though, just having it on the screen. Just so at least you know that you're screaming into a void when it decides to block your message.
Which is...
It's like, no, you're not going crazy.
They try to use your own language and use your own morality against you. These people don't care about freedom of speech. They don't care about censorship. They don't care about any of that. They're simply trying to weaponize your values and use them against you in order for them to fulfill their own goals. And so every time that they try to make an appeal to your own values, you should ask yourself, do they hold these values? And if the answer is no, then you shouldn't take it seriously. Because this person is simply trying to use your values to subvert you and take advantage of you and to push their own agenda and to hurt you. And so never listen to this, never play into this game, never even acknowledge that that there's any validity to it at all. These people don't care about freedom of speech. The only time they bring it up is whenever they're trying to co-opt the person who does care about freedom of speech and make that person act against their own best interest. But anyway, we've got also, you know, this is me, as well as put out the call for finding game devs mocking, and there's no...
So yeah, as you could tell, you know, Asmund put his weight behind that one, so Asmund took on the game devs, right? I guess that's his domain, right? So they pretty much, I mean, what is it? Is it up, right, down, down, down? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what he just did to the game devs, so... Somebody had mentioned this. They said this is their favorite video. I apologize. I don't remember who said it, but said this is their favorite video on YouTube. This is zooming into Sagittarius A. And you know, with all the killing and all the politics and everything, I feel like this might be good for just a second, just to break things up, just to breathe for a moment. As I get copyrighted or claimed or something for the sound, but hey, it's okay, whatever. I'll take one for the team. It's actually very fitting. Welcome to Black Hole Radio. All right, beautiful, beautiful. Just breathe. I know you guys were still fighting through that, so I don't know. Hopefully I could just send some positive energy. Woosah, right? Well, let me see. What is the newest news, I guess, on this shooter? I can't imagine there's much more today. I think we got pretty much caught up. Oh, this is a New York Post. Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, lived with transgender partner. Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, was living with a transgender partner who was in the process of transitioning from male to female, a law enforcement source confirmed to the Post Saturday. That individual, who is yet to be publicly identified by the authorities, is now fully cooperating with the FBI on its investigation into the fatal shooting of the conservative activist, the source added. The relationship was first reported by Fox News' Brooke Singman. According to public records, Lance Twiggs, 22, resided at the same address where Robinson lived. A relative of Twiggs confirmed to the Post Saturday that, yes, they were roommates. The family member who asked not to be identified said Twiggs was the black sheep of their St. George, Utah family, but declined to speculate on the romantic relationship between the two men. This is coming from New York Post. I'm just reading it as is, people. She said she didn't know her relative's politics or whether Twiggs was transitioning to become a woman, but added that it wouldn't surprise her. The family members said she knew Twiggs was brought in for questioning by police. The Post observed Saturday that no one was at the $1,800 per month townhouse Robinson and Twiggs were believed to have shared. A neighbor claimed 2 weeks ago several people driving cars without of state plates. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't read, geez. Driving cars without estate plates were seen going in and out. They did not give off a good vibe, the neighbor said. I mean, what the fuck? Like, Kirk, 31, was struck in the neck by a single bullet. We know all this. And I mean, maybe a little bit of spin there or whatever, but so I'm gonna pull some sound up so you don't just, I don't know, hear my heart beating. Give me a second, guys. I just need to get something. You guys won't have to hear this for long. Okay, there we go. Just had to put something. My heart gets to beating hard sometimes, so I have to cover it up with music. Or sound, I guess. It's like, am I putting the microphone to my chest? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe I'm putting a stethoscope on my chest and I'm taking the earpieces and putting them up to the microphone. You'll never know. Oh my gosh, please tell me we're not doing the anti-vax stuff again. That's making me so paranoid over here. Well, we did just get, I don't know, this is like very cinematic, but it'll work. We just got done listening to, oh my gosh. I should probably close the tabs, I already do. But just to give credit where credit is due, in case I didn't. Asmongold's channel. Check it out if you enjoyed that. He's I think a gamer by trade, right? However, when he weighs into politics, he gets more views than mainstream media. I could be a little off there, but I mean, considering he's like one guy, I mean, might as well just say that. But yeah, where was that one I was looking at? Dun, dun, dun. There, that looks better. In fact, I'm gonna drop this down for a second here while I breathe. Let the black hole breathe for a second. All right, where are we at in chat? Okay, this is just a little like too cinematic. Nice, don't get me wrong, but it's called Uprising, I believe. Which, I mean, I get that vibe. Okay, I feel like I'm in a commercial. Just give me a sec. Jesus. Considering what we're talking about, that's way too upbeat. That's like Pirates of the Caribbean. What the? I mean, this is just not working tonight. All right, there we go. That might work. There's no winning, but it is what it is. Yo, X, you're crazy. Mormon Men's Club. He said, why be Mormon if you were gay, if you could have multiple wives? Maybe so you could have multiple husbands? I don't know. It's above me at this point. Beyond me, rather. Oh my gosh, guys, the music is just, oh my lord. Ay. Yeah, sometimes we gotta chill. I'm not gonna lie, I've had a headache for like an hour. It's finally ceasing. I had felt like it was gonna explode like halfway through this. I don't know why. I need to drink some water, actually. In fact, this is a great time. I'm gonna go get some water. because I think I'm dehydrated. And yeah, if you guys could just play nice. I'm just kidding. But I'll be right back. If the music sucks, I'm sorry. I'm like half DJing right now, half in the kitchen, so. I might even have to get some Tylenol. I'm feeling better though. Ooh.
Windy City never looks so clean. I got 2 shots down the road from the beach. She worked 2 shifts, then I swing up the street. I know she knows.
Okay, this might work. Appreciate y'all for coming through, hanging out. It's lonely out here around this black hole, but that's why I stream. Be sure to check back, be safe out there. The world is very crazy. I'm still here, but I'm half here. Taking a quick little breather, drinking some water. But appreciate you, Viking dogmanship.
Want you to dream. I want you to dream. I want you to dream. Hey, want you to dream. Want you to dream. Want you to dream. Want you to dream. I want you to believe. Hold me, lead me, catch me. Want you to dream. I want you to dream. I want you to dream. Parce que je me sentais seule dans ma petite bulle. Je voulais danser mais je me sentais comme un funambule. Parce que je me sentais seule et t'es arrivé. T'as soufflé sur mon visage comme une brise légère d'été. Oh, viens on s'en va même si on ne sait pas vraiment où l'on va. Juste loin de là. Oh, viens on part loin, qu'importe le chemin, qu'importe le destin. Viens juste on part loin. Je suis dans mon mood, j'ai besoin de rien, juste besoin de tes mains, de toi, de moi, de nous. Je suis dans mon mood, j'ai besoin de rien, juste besoin de tes mains, de toi, de moi, de nous. Parce qu'on nous a brisés, mais on s'est trouvés. Comme si nos larmes par nos fous rires étaient effacées. Parce qu'on nous a blessés, mais je t'ai rencontré. Comme si ce temps passé m'avait tout fait oublier. Oh, viens on s'en fout de tout ce qu'ils disent, de tout ce qu'ils pensent. Ça n'a pas d'importance. Oh, maintenant y a nous et puis c'est tout, c'est une évidence. Ils n'ont plus d'existence. Je suis dans mon mood, j'ai besoin de rien, juste besoin de tes mains, de toi, de moi, de nous. Je suis dans mon mood, j'ai besoin de rien, juste besoin de tes mains, de toi, de moi, de nous. Je suis dans mon mood, j'ai besoin de rien, juste besoin de tes mains, de toi, de moi, de nous. Je suis dans mon mood, j'ai besoin de rien, juste besoin de tes mains, de toi, de moi, de nous. Je suis dans mon mood. Je suis dans mon mood. Je suis dans mon mood. have to stay afloat. It's not easy. Be a person you don't want. Can somebody take me other thing? Going to do. Where's the life I? Where's my childhood? Is this called living? I don't know. Where's the life I? Where's my childhood? Is this called living? I don't know. I don't wanna grow. Just live myself. I don't wanna grow. The things I left look behind me. I don't wanna grow. Just live myself. I don't wanna grow. The things I left look behind me. Just live my look behind me. Just live my look behind me. Look behind me. Look behind. Look behind. Look behind. Where's the life I? Where's my childhood? Is this called living? Look behind. I don't know. Where's the life I? Where's my childhood? Is this called living? Look behind. I don't know. I don't wanna grow. Just live myself. I don't wanna grow. The things I left look behind me. Just live my 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 look behind me.
It's nothing left with you. The feeling's going through. It's always you. 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 Keep falling for you. Keep falling for you. Keep falling for you. Why do I keep feeling this pain? It's like I'm going for insane. It's nothing left to say. It is time, let it be. Away from me, away from me. It's always you. 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 Keep falling for you. Keep falling for you. Keep falling for you.
Well, it's an interesting playlist, guys. But either way, I appreciate you tuning in to the Black Hole Radio. I've been somewhat absent from chat, so I don't know where you guys are at. But I know it's all up. Oh, Waffle Jackson, hey! Welcome back, Waffle Jackson. I'm in the same videos. I feel like I haven't seen Waffle in here in a minute. Though my ass has not been consistent enough. I'm trying to do this everyday thing. I guess my days are like 38 hours long or something. That's my excuse. We're just operating on different days. You know, when you orbit a black hole, time is, it gets wonky. But why is the music so loud? Jesus. Yes, it has. I hope you're doing well, Waffle. I hope you're doing well. How's life treating you? Make my ears rest for a second so I can't actually hear the music. I just see the mixer or the what do you call it, the levels moving, and I'm like, okay, judging by the bar going, you know, up and down, I bet you it's good music. Chef life. Ooh, chefing it up. Okay. In the kitchen, cooking. Yeah, I'm well. Appreciate you. The station's being held together with duct tape, but we're here. Broadcasting. From nowhere. But meh, I feel that. Meh. I can't call it, right? I digress. I think I'm going to grab something really quick. I'm gonna come back, maybe double check the news, and then I might fall into maybe just kind of chilling, listening to music, maybe doing some Zomboid, Project Zomboid or something, or listen to maybe something that's a little less death centric, politics ridden. But we'll see. If the music sucks, my apologies. I'll be working on a playlist here soon. Ooh, dear leftists. Nick Fuentes goes nuclear on radical left. We might have to, we might touch that. Oof. New York Times, this is coming from Fox News. New York Times issues correction on false claim that Charlie Kirk made anti-Semitic statement. Yikes. Oh no, I guess I haven't mentioned London at all. I saw a little bit of that this morning, like early on, that there were a lot of people out there. I saw people arguing online about how many people were out there. Some said 150,000, some people were saying millions. Regardless, it did look like a lot of people. Damn speech to text, right? Who wants to touch Nick Fuentes? There's a joke to be made there, but I'm gonna let it pass. I'm gonna let it pass. But no, I have not mentioned London. What's going on over there? Let me see. London protests live. Musk tells Tommy Robinson protesters fight back or die as 25 arrested during huge march. Man, they always be like spinning stuff. Can I just know what's going on? Like, what are they marching? What to know about the right-wing Unite the Kingdom rally in London? Man, they always do this. Can you just tell me like what it is? Like, I'll determine whether it's right-wing or left-wing. Why don't you just tell me what's going on? You know what I mean? Let's try this one. Musk condemns left. Oh my lord, people, where are we? Okay, let me go over. I don't know why. It's just like, I mean, going to news websites just doesn't work. It's very weird. Let me go to X. I just kind of hate the media. All right, what do we got?
It was quite simply
We interrupt your regular programming. And it is programming. We are programming you. Oh no, I don't think that was supposed to start playing. Yoinks, there goes my channel. I mean, it's not that deep, but I was trying to do copyright free music. Yikes. But let us see what's going on in London.
I mean, this was quite simply a massive demonstration. The police needed to bring in resources from outside forces. They did that, and unfortunately, some of those, and we witnessed it ourselves, we spoke to people, you heard it on there not 20 minutes ago, who were to redirect it down streets straight into the counter-protest. And that became a problem. And of course, some aggression sparked off there by both sides, it must be said. And what else would you think would happen at that stage? So really, the Metropolitan Police, I suppose, have to ask or answer.
What is that accent? What's the accent? Because it's absolutely brilliant.
A few questions here, Nana, as to how they policed the system. And with me is Lee Harris, somebody that's well known to GB News. Lee, what have you thought of the day so far?
Well, from my perspective, it's a very long day. For starters, I'm knackered. I've been on my feet all day, but it's been a fantastic atmosphere all day. We've been here right from the start. There's families, people from all ethnicities, young, old families, lots of smiles, and it's been a festival atmosphere. Genuinely, it's been one of the best events I've been to.
Did you expect the numbers?
I was hoping for big numbers, don't get me wrong. I mean, I've heard the police say 110,000. I would say it's at least triple that from where I've seen it. At least, possibly 500,000.
Yeah, I mean, we were fortunate enough to be not only in at the event itself, but the sound system was drowning us out, so we came round the outside, and we did see thousands and thousands of people being directed away because white.
Like if I was on like a ship on the ocean and there was a storm coming and we had a choice to make of which direction to go, I want this guy to explain to me which way we should be going. You know what I mean? Am I the only one? Forget it. Anyway, the accent is a vibe though. I'm liking it.
Whitehall was absolutely full, and there was the possibility of a crushing going on there. But what does it mean for the people that attended this? What are they going away with?
This is an event to unify the British public. These people that you see in this crowd, they're not far right. These are just normal, regular Brits who want to send this government a message. And this government, this authoritarian left-wing government that's suppressing free speech, arresting people for Facebook posts, you know, these guys out here, they are just normal, regular Brits who have had enough. And it's not just the government. We've had enough of the migrant hotels. And I think a lot of this has actually stemmed from that. So I think we've had a continuation straight into this event. And of course, following the horrific events in America and the assassination of Charlie Kirk, it feels even more poignant.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's what's on the minds of people here today. But they might have had a good day in London. They might have been part of an experience, Nana, but what do they bring away with them? Will the government listen to the thousands of people, and I would say hundreds of thousands of people who attended this event today?
All right, so looks like we're gonna have to circle back to London here. I might just be doing a regular segment on the UK because we've touched on the UK a couple of times, and with everything with internet censorship and I guess the immigration that's going on over there, it seems like there's always stories coming out, and it's a little scary with them arresting people over social media posts. So we gotta keep an eye on our friends across the pond. Yeah, why would you start playing that? You know, I'm like not trying to play that. Oh no. Sorry for the feedback. I mean, it's touch and go, but we're making it work. We're making it work. I heard about that. Is it? You said they gave some guy 20 months for praying outside of an abortion clinic. Madness. Ooh, it's terrifying. How does it work as like, if I were to travel there, and let's just say I said some, you know, crazy stuff on the internet, or not crazy, but crazy by their standards, right? You know, something that would get a Brit arrested. If I were to go there as a visitor, could I be arrested for that? Or is that, they don't really like care if foreigners are doing it? You're American, you're come home. Okay. I want to travel and stuff, and I just imagine over time, you know, if I stream regularly, I'm probably going to say stuff that rubs somebody wrong at some point. And I'm like, are there places I should probably just not go? Because they're going to be like, ooh, now that you're here, we're going to go ahead and throw you in a cell because you said words that we don't like. If so, I'm just going to have to take those off of the itinerary. That would be interesting, I guess, if they did deport me. I'd be like, really? I mean, make it for some interesting content. That's an accolade. I mean, I'll be like, well, I've been deported from a country. That's different. Oh yeah, I mean, I would be avoiding trying to get into an argument in another country. I mean, that just sounds like a bad idea. I mean, at least I speak the language. I would not be trying to argue with people in another country because that's just how you get disappeared or something, you know? But I just meant as, you know, if I had something, you know, that we're okay with here saying, you're not gonna get any trouble for it, and I posted it online, and then I go over there, could they be like, well, that's actually offensive here and is hate speech, so we could arrest you? I don't know. I just, yeah, it feels like that would be like such a reach. At that point, they probably just wouldn't let you in the country. They'd already have you like flagged, and they just wouldn't let you in the country. I don't know. You said they could do nothing to an American citizen. Okay. Yeah, specifically online. No, if I go over there and I act an ass, I mean, obviously, I'm probably gonna get, you know, something, right? I do expect to face some sort of repercussions if I'm acting like an ass in another country. I kind of have to, you know, adhere to the norms to some extent of wherever I'm visiting. You know, be respectful and all that. No, deporting is totally fine. Yeah. I wouldn't mind that so much. I mean, it'd be annoying. I'd be like, oh, damn, you know, it's kind of annoying. I just spent money and, you know, it took time and, you know, getting deported now. I don't even get all this, spend all my time here. But I would definitely prefer that over them trying to charge me with something or trying to, like, lock me in a jail cell or something. So, like, yeah, just send me back home. I'll go somewhere else, I guess. Coat of arms. A country, but no living members. Yo, Christopher, I've seen it on my feed. I have not, with just all the news with this stuff. I've been bombarded with, you know, the Charlie Kirk stuff, and then I was going down the rabbit hole with the Charlotte light rail and everything. I really haven't had a chance to go down that one. But you said they overthrew the government, Nepal. You might, depending on how hard you get deported, why EU countries share info. Oh yeah, I guess if I act an ass in like one of those countries, a lot of them are probably gonna bar me. I mean, it depends though. I mean, aren't there like, who are like the pests, right? There's like the online pests that go to other countries and they're like streamers and they're disrespectful and that's kind of their content. I mean, they seem to be able to push the envelope pretty far before they get in trouble. And that would never, you know, be so unhinged or just disrespectful, jeez. I mean, just making jokes and like pranks, things along that nature. There's also a time and a place. Apparently Pokemon now also. Very good. Speaking of Pokemon, I need to get my cards for my damn brother's place. Really, I stopped posting on Facebook because I'm already flagged for my opinions during COVID. I used to post the US-UK socialist agenda. Once Facebook asked me for, wow, they asked for ID now? I haven't used Facebook in a long time. Once Facebook asked me for my ID earlier this year, I haven't opened it. Oh, wow. I think we're going to see a lot more age verification or identity verification when it comes to social media platforms. Yeah, nuisance streamers, yeah. Isn't it like Johnny Somali? I think that's one of them. Allegedly, you know, that are out there. Let me just pepper that word in there. Yeah, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, even the online pests have to push the limits so far past the norms, and even then, all they ask is for an apology, and they will send them home. Someone that lie about the apology or don't give it. Yeah, you gotta be ballsy. Ballsy or stupid. I mean, you're in somebody else's territory, man. I mean, especially if they're gonna let you slide, all you gotta do is you apologize. Come on, man. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It's like when your actions piss off a country, you really need to take a step back, look in the mirror, and think about some things, okay? Why are these playlists so short? Oh, stop playing. Oh my gosh, sorry guys. Working out the kinks here, working out the kinks. They're making it so hard for me. Alright, hopefully this is good. Oh, he's charged. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's charged. What have they... He was found guilty on everything? Or on most things? I thought it's in South Korea, correct? I haven't visited that one in a minute. For, you know, Johnny Somali to continuously seem, just from what I've seen, there's people probably much more versed in it than I, but to continuously double, triple, quadruple, or whatever down on his rhetoric, I don't know if he just thought, you know, because he tried to wear the MAGA hat, maybe Trump would save him, or I'm American, or I don't know what he was thinking. If he was just crashing out because he just, I don't know, man. I guess sometimes when you're digging a hole and you're already so deep, you're just like, I'm just gonna keep digging. I mean, right? I heard they were like collecting more charges on him, like they kept, I guess, releasing him or whatever, and he just kept on going out and doing stuff. And that they basically, they're So who was I watching? Maybe it was like a Tozy or something. I'm trying to remember. But basically their society almost isn't, I don't want to say isn't built or equipped for people like him, but people that will like continuously push the envelope, because generally when somebody there gets in trouble, they try to, you know, lay low. Generally when you get in trouble and you're like on probation or something, you generally chill out a bit. You have a pending court case, you generally chill out a bit to not add fuel to the fire, right? But he just continuously does it, and it's like, what are you doing? It's like watching a car crash and then like another car crash into that car, and then another car and another car and another car. But at a certain point you're looking at it and like, you guys could see the cars that are stopped ahead of you. Why? It's like you're purposely crashing into them. What are you doing? Oh, and there's, yeah, Vitality or Vitally or whatever. He was thinking any views are money. I guess. I don't know. I heard he wasn't making a lot of money though, so I mean, you got to do like a cost to like risk ratio here. Or profit versus cost, rather. Vitally, right? Yeah. I could see if you're making a bunch of money, like if you're clearing, I don't even know, I don't know, 30,000, 50,000 a month or something crazy. I don't know. To me, that's like kind of crazy. I could see why somebody would be incentivized to act a fool. But if you're like barely getting by and you're acting like that, and most of your watchers are coming from like hate watchers and people that want to see you kind of ruin your life, you gotta pump the brakes. Oh no, if I won the lottery, oof, that would be very nice. I just don't know how people mess it up. I guess it depends, but let's just say real quick, you had 100 million after everything was said and done. I mean, even if you only put like 5 or 50 million away, no. Let's just say, I mean, at $100 million, if you could pull even just 5% a year out, that's 5 million a year. And you always have the 100 million. I've lived on far less than, believe it or not, this radio station, as fancy as it is, does not cost 5 million a year. I'm living on much less than 5 million a year, guys. So 5 million a year, I would be, on top of the world. Okay. I might move to a nicer black hole, a blacker hole, if you will. Or maybe a new space station / radio station. The blackest of holes, even, some would say. We've got the blackest holes. I need to work on my Trump impression, but holy. I have some holy socks, let me tell you. Speaking of, I need to get a damn needle and thread. He said he was making that kind of money and the views started slipping, so he had to up content to chase the high he was at. Would never come back because he fell off until that. Ugh. Now where is he? Is he in the Philippines? I think we're talking about vitality. Poland has their shit together. The rest of the EU should follow suit. What's Poland got? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Did we cover that? Oh, is it like the president and the way that they are you referencing the president and how they secure the border there? That's the only thing I've seen on Poland in particular. Some people exist as lessons to us all. Indeed. Yeah, immigration. Yep, exactly. I figured that's what you were talking about. Yeah, their president, who did that video? I want to say it was Tyler Oliveira, but it might have been somebody else. I don't know if we watched that one. But yeah, they do not mess around with immigration there. I think they were talking about using live rounds on people that were trying to get over their border. You said you wouldn't like Poland? I'm gonna ask Google. Is Poland a nice place? A nice place to live. Boom. No, Poland is one of the worst places in the... Wow, this is great. No, I'm just playing. Yes, Poland is generally considered a good place to live, offering a relatively low cost of living, a strong economy, high quality of life, and vibrant cities with rich history and nature. Plan your holiday. Hey bro, ever been with a bigger woman? Got any battle stories for us? My girlfriends listen to this, so that's just gonna cause like all of them to get pissed. So I don't think I should do that. But I can tell you about these men. No, let me stop. Bro, I'm about to say some wild shit. But no, I can't. No, I don't think I have any battle stories, so to speak. But it sounds like you do, Bailey Johnston. Please indulge us. Actually, don't. Never mind. I don't know where this is going. You said if you're queer or trans, it's not. Okay, hold up. Is Poland a nice place to live if you're trans? Poland presents a mixed experience for transgender people. Legal protections exist against employment discrimination and for legal gender change, though the process can be difficult, requiring a lawsuit against parents. Interesting. Social acceptance is a significant... What? Okay, I'm gonna have to investigate that. Sorry. Social acceptance is a significant challenge due to the country's conservative, Catholic-influenced society, with no nationwide protections for health services or hate crimes. While some cities are more LGBTQ friendly, overall safety and well-being for transgender individuals depend heavily on local attitudes and access to resources, with some sources suggesting countries like Malta, Portugal, and Canada offer more progressive environments for transgender people. So it basically sounds like a coin flip depending on where you land. No gay parade, so to speak. Have I seen the issue at Russia and Poland lately? Can't say I have, or recently. They have ballistic missiles blocking the freeways and currently getting infringed by Russian drone swarms. What? No, it's not. Okay, let me see. I know you guys don't lie, though. Russia... Oh, wow, that comes up very, 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 very fast in the suggestions. Russia, Poland. Oh, Lord. 21 hours ago, NBC News. U.S. says it will defend every inch of NATO territory after Poland shoots down Russian drones. Oh, Lord. No. The U.S.-led military alliance said it would bolster defenses along its eastern flank after the incursion. The first of its kind since the Ukraine war began. Russia denied targeting Poland. Okay, well, that's good, at the very least. Earth is flat. Listen, are you trying to get this whole entire operation shut down? You think we don't know that? But if you say it out loud, they're gonna come for you. Shh. The United States vowed Friday to defend every inch of NATO territory after a number of suspected Russian drones entered Polish airspace during an attack in Ukraine. Sorry, I'm just laughing about the flat Earth stuff. They denied it, but it was multiple independent swarms. You got too close to the ice wall once. That sounds like a story. They were shit down. It's nasty. They're having a bit of a stare down. That's what it sounds like. They just got their missiles out there waving in the wind. From the sounds of it. Oh crap, I keep forgetting about my music. Okay. That should be alright. Waving in the wind. Come on, Steven. How are you going to tease us with stories of the ice wall on the flat Earth and then say you're not allowed to say anything? Are you a misinformation agent sent by the government to try to make flat Earth look silly? I don't know, man. World's on fire. We cannot divide. You know, for a world that can't divide, we are doing a very good job at dividing. Wait, Admiral Byrd already told me. Wait a second. Is Admiral Byrd the one... Is that Hollow Earth? Am I crazy? Or is this something completely different? Admiral Byrd. Richard... sorry, I know we're off topic here. Richard Evelyn Byrd Jr. was an American naval officer and pioneering aviator, polar explorer, and organizer of polar logistics. Aircraft flights in which he served as navigator and expedition leader crossed the Atlantic Ocean, a segment of the... Oh yeah, but that's not what we're really looking for. What did he find in Antarctica? Yeah, he's the one that found, like, Hollow Earth, or, like, this world, right? Am I crazy? He was all over the map. Yeah. Am I looking for the 88 like logo symbol you're talking about? Oh wow, it's kind of smooth. It's kind of smooth. It's where the drones are coming from. I mean, some of y'all, I think some of y'all were here for the UAP hearing, right? Where we allegedly hit a UAP with a Hellfire missile / rocket. The Charlie Kirk stuff happened the next day, so we haven't really had a minute to revisit that. But that was interesting. If you type in UAP or Hellfire missile, that's what comes up from the hearing the other day. Hopefully we get some more information on that. Could be bullshit, could be a psyop. I want to believe, I think there's something going on, but kind of feel like we can't trust anybody though. So really gotta be skeptical of everything. You said, yeah, the missile fragments. I don't even know if they're missile fragments. I've spent time just sitting there slowing down the video. I fed it into ChatGPT, had it like break it down frame by frame, highlight certain things, just kind of get its idea on it. I don't think it's debris. But I am by no means anywhere near an expert or anything like that. But it could be. I mean, some people are saying it's a balloon. I don't know about that. But hey, it could be a psyop, right? Let's say UAPs are real, but they want to get us to take it as a joke. They say that, oh, we got this evidence of a shooting at one, and then it turns out it was an AI video, and then everybody looks like a fool, and then people go on to ignoring it. So I don't want to jump on anything too soon. I mean, it was submitted to Congress, so I hope they could get the full version of it out there, or at least verify that it's real. Because at this point, I don't even know if we know it's real. I hope it causes more noise, though. I really do. Like, every time they have a hearing, every time stuff comes out, I get excited, and then life moves on and nothing is done about it. Or it just doesn't seem like, it's just, okay, we're gonna bring this person out. Hey, I worked with this stuff. Hey, I saw some crazy stuff. And then we just don't hear anything. I know where it is. I could tell you who's leading the programs. And then we don't hear anything. There's all this crazy stuff, but I can only tell you in a skiff. Then nothing ever comes out. Oh, it's frustrating. What's Skinny Bob Alien? I don't know what that is. Skinny Bob. You know, it's really interesting. When I was really young, let's see, 2011, how old was I? This might be it around the time. It doesn't really look like it. See, yeah, no, it wasn't this. There was an old video. I feel like it's lost footage. When I was like really young and I was on YouTube, I saw some footage that was supposedly an alien interview, or an interview with an alien, leaked from the government. And it was a long time ago, but I just remember how real it all seemed. And I've never seen it again anywhere. And it looked real, like it wasn't CGI. It was just, I don't even know, I think it was on YouTube or just some weird part of the internet. And it just really threw me. And of course I was younger, so, and I'm maybe more easily fooled. But even to this day, I question, I'm like, was that a real fucking video? I mean, it probably wasn't, right? Obviously, but... Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they look like they could be a vibe. That's one way to put it. Maybe it was the autopsy then. Okay, so I'm looking at the Skinny Bob. I mean, it's feeling fake to me. You know? Then again, what does a real alien look like? Who the fuck am I? But... I don't know, some of the video just looks... I'm on Reddit looking at it. It's first surfaced in 2011. No one has claimed since. To do with its origins. People think it was a KGB leak. Funny enough, I forget who it was in the hearing, but they brought a bunch of documents from Russia. Oh, did you guys see, this is like really, really fresh. Not sure what to think about it. I mean, it's probably nothing, but there was an object shot down in, you know, allegedly, supposedly, an object shot down in China, like today or yesterday. And there's footage out there. Oh, let me see if I can pull it up. It could have been nothing. It could have been a test. It could have been a meteor. But China shoots down. Let's see. Where do I find the video, though? China shoots down object. Why is it so hard to, I just watched this. Jeez, holy ads.
Many flights were canceled, delayed, or diverted to other locations. Social media.
This is not the one I saw.
Time eyewitnesses verify.
You said it came from... Oh, the alien autopsy came from 4chan. The same in looks, yeah. Backyard of the farm. Yo! Do you guys remember... Oh man, okay, well there's this one China one. Oh, damn it. I just saw the video for this where they apparently they shoot this thing down. Ah, that's so annoying. But you guys made me think of another one too. Okay, here we go. Why is it only stills? Okay, here we go. Okay, I can't show this to you because this is, you can't even see anything. I think I'm on a Chinese site now. Let me try this on. Okay. So this apparently came out of China yesterday or the day before. Where is my stuff? Take it with a grain of salt. Can you see that? Okay, well, so apparently this thing on the right is the object. It's kind of hard to see on the stream. But on the left is apparently, I think a SAM, but like, or some sort of missile that they sent to intercept it. And then it intercepts it. I think there's another camera angle, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think there's a few camera angles. Again, not sure if it's real, but... Or what it is. It could be a meteorite. It could be a, you know, a test of some sort. Yeah, that's the problem, is we wouldn't know. You know, I don't even really know what I'm seeing. I mean, I kind of do. I mean, I see something in the sky, I guess, right? Right here, I saw this one earlier too. So this is probably a better view. Oh wait, never mind. That looks like a test. I mean, just from the arch, it almost looks like it was shot. Am I crazy? Like, it looks like there's like a... I mean, that shit could have been like a flare and they were just testing something. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, keep your eye out for that, I guess, right? China shooting down UAPs. But, oh yeah, do you guys remember, was it Vegas? The family that had supposedly the UAP or the aliens in their backyard, and there was a video. Do you guys remember that? And then the family have supposedly disappeared. Oh yeah. This was like so weird. Yeah, just released today actually. We are developing a space carrier now. Military dude, YouTube. All right. Kagan. Real quick. I don't know. I mean, hold up. I mean, this was weird, but let me look at what you're saying. Space carrier. And we made the Space Force years ago. I mean, militarizing space just makes sense. Oh, yeah, this dude. Wait, is it this dude? Hold up.
So everybody out there who's a fan of
Is it this dude? Yeah, oh yeah. I think I'm subscribed to him. Wait a second. Yeah, he is a military dude. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't know why. Like, I follow some UAP people, even though I don't really watch much UAP stuff anymore. I'm just kind of sick of hearing all the stories. I'm like, oh my gosh, we keep hearing stories. Like, I want this to move forward.
So everybody out there. Who's a fan of Halo or Helldivers or Warhammer is going to freak out when they hear about this thing that the U.S. Space Force is working on. Apparently, the U.S. Space Force, through its innovation arm, SpaceWorks, was awarded a strategic funding increase of up to $60 million to Gravitics, which is a Seattle-based space infrastructure startup, to develop and demonstrate the orbital carrier. You heard me right, the orbital air.
So, dude, I have always said, why don't we have essentially... And then this is probably not what they're making, but imagine if you could just drop pods from space with troops in them anywhere behind enemy lines. Like, what is it, like Halo ODSTs or something? That'd be just so crazy. You just drop them, boom, right into battle. Or like anywhere in another country, you could just drop like tens of thousands of them and they're just like plummeting from space and then boom, they're there. Like almost instantly. That'd be crazy. Anyway, I'm sure that's not what this is, but it made me think about it. Sorry, let us continue.
Aircraft carrier. Now, this project, which was announced in March of 2025, is often described as the world's first orbital aircraft carrier due to its role in pre-positioning and rapidly deploying satellites or other space vehicles in orbit, similar to how a naval aircraft carrier operates on Earth. Now, essentially, the orbital carrier is going to be a mothership spacecraft designed to store and launch multiple maneuverable space vehicles on demand. Now, this is meant to address traditional ground-based launch.
Did not mean to hit that, but actually it does seem rather fitting. Although 60 million does not seem like nearly enough money, but that must be just for like planning, I guess. I mean, 60 million, maybe they could draw the blueprints with that, but did they say 60 million or 60 billion? Because we know that's like 60 million does not build that, right? That must just be for the planning.
Launches by allowing operators to pre-position assets in orbit for quick deployment to specific locations, providing flexibility and speed in responding to orbital threats. Apparently, this thing's going to have up to 5,000 to 10,000 kilograms of cargo capacity with an internal volume of about 60 cubic meters. Now, initially, it's going to be focused on space-to-space.
And they're building it in space, I would imagine, right? Because you got to get that thing off the ground and into space, which is going to require a shit ton of energy.
Operations such as deploying satellites, however, future iterations could support missile intercept technology or even logistics missions to ground-based targets. Now, it's going to play a pretty significant strategic role for U.S. space superiority by enabling rapid replacement or augmentation of satellites if they're disabled, particularly in response to growing capability from adversarial nations. Now, the Gravitics CEO Colin Dugan has likened it to an ocean-based aircraft carrier, saying, quote, aircraft carriers pre-position assets that the U.S. military wants to have quick access to near areas of need. Our orbital carriers do the same thing, end quote. Now, this initiative is going to highlight the Space Force's push for tactically responsive space capabilities. Now, my question is, are they going to put Marines on it? Because I know a lot of people out there that would really love to be the world's first space Marines.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, that would be pretty cool. Wow, that's really neat. You realize we're about to have just a bunch of weapons in space pointing down at us. It's going to be beautiful. But hey, I mean, a lot of times I mean, through war and military, we get more technology, so. Very neat, though. Very, very neat. I'm excited. I'm glad we've been able to circle back to aliens at some point, or UAPs or space and stuff like that. I was really hoping that, you know, somebody would ask Trump, or maybe at the next White House press briefing, somebody asks the press secretary something about this, something about UAPs. I'd really like to hear that. And just have it be brought up more and more. Oh, that's right. NASA likely found life on Mars. Yes, I think are they bringing the samples back? But it was basically, I think it was indications, if I'm not mistaken, at least from what I read, indications of past life on Mars. But it seemed like, you know, rather strong indications from what they were saying. Funny how it's all coming out around the same time. The timing of things is interesting. Now, granted, we do have these hearings almost yearly around this time, like in the fall, you know. Oh, I'm just hoping we see more. The thing is, if there is something super weird going on, the United States is definitely not the only country seeing it, not the only military seeing it. And it's like, who's gonna come out first, right? If there is something weird going on. I was hoping that maybe as, you know, the United States starts to talk more about it, you'll see other countries start to talk more about it. It's complicated though, because on one hand, if you think it's an adversary, you don't want them to know that they're outmaneuvering you, right, and making a fool of you. On the other hand, you also don't want to signal to them that there is this technology that they could potentially get their hands on and try to reverse engineer. You don't want them looking for that. Also, if you have it and you're, you know, studying it and you assume that they might also have it, you don't want to show your hand and give them information they might not have discovered already. I mean, there's just so many like thought processes around this. It's just it's painful. Because with such little information, all it is endless possibility. Endless. But on that note, I'm going to take a 2-second breather again. I need to cool off here. I might have to re-enter my cryogenics tube soon. Oh my gosh. But guys, appreciate y'all for hanging out. I'm thinking this is a good place to cut it. Give myself a little bit of time to rest. Let's see if I can get back to it in the morning. You might see me on in a little bit. I might just switch to a gaming stream. Just kind of chill out for the night, listen to music. We can kick it. But otherwise, you'll catch me a little later on. Let's get caught up on the news. Hopefully it's not as dreary. Would be nice. To answer your question, Mr. McLibtard, oh my lord. Welcome to the black hole experience. I think it was evidence of past lines of life, past signs of life. Lycan or ancient algae, there you go. We'll dive into that, you know. I'm really glad I've been doing the UAP stuff. It's like one thing I really wanted to do when I started this channel and get into, and early on, oh my gosh, it was just like I was just sitting here talking to myself. So finding more people to chit chat about, well, just this topic in particular, because it's something I'm interested in, and I run people in my life away. I swear, like my family and friends are like, bro, shut up about UAPs, and I'm like, all right, whatever, bro, whatever. I'll eventually say I told you so. I don't want to hear it from you when it actually comes out. So it is nice to have a space to sit here and cut it up. But on that note, guys, remember, if you get too close to the black hole, you're going to get sucked in. There's no escape. So be careful. Be safe out there. The world is crazy. But we got this, guys. Come on back. Circle back. We're going to get into some more fun stuff.